Hello and welcome wherever and whenever you are. And thank you for joining us for the Funding the Commons Virtual Summit. This event showcases individuals and organizations building new models of sustainable public goods funding and value alignment in open source networks. My name is Karl Floersch, and I'll be your MC for today's event. I'm a research program manager at Protocol Labs, and we're an open source R&D lab building the next generation of the internet. And finding the tools and incentives to drive technological progress in a distributed system is an important part of that work. We're super excited to present a fantastic lineup of speakers on a wide variety of topics related to public goods funding. We've invited thought leaders in the broader public goods space to discuss novel experiments and future directions for funding our collective commons. And we're looking forward to a lively discussion. But first, a bit of housekeeping. Throughout the session, please ask your questions in the ETH Global Funding the Commons chat on ethglobal.tv. I'll be monitoring the chat throughout the discussion and surfacing questions to the speakers as time permits, mostly at the end of the presentations, but occasionally during the presentation itself. ETH Global and Protocol Labs are committed to making sure that everyone can participate in our shared future. To that end, we will be following the code of conduct posted in the chat. Please take a moment to familiarize yourself with the code of conduct and keep it in mind when interacting with other conference participants, speakers, or organizers. The talks will be arranged in 5 roughly 70-minute blocks with a 10-minute coffee break between each session for you to catch your breath and collect your thoughts. Well, that covers all of the boring logistical details. And now, on to the show. Our first speaker is Juan Benet, founder and CEO of Protocol Labs, an open source research and development org building next generation web technologies. He'll be showing us how we can cross the innovation chasm, giving an overview of the history and importance of public goods funding, and why new approaches are critical to pushing technological progress forward.
Thank you very much for the introduction. I'm super excited to be here with everybody. This is going to be a phenomenal event, and I'm so excited for all the talks. So one second, I'm going to be sharing my screen. Let me know if you can see that.
Yep.
Great. Thank you very much. I'm super excited to be here with everybody. This is going to be a really phenomenal event. We are running a little bit behind because of some technical difficulties, but I'll make that back by just going pretty fast through my talk. So I'm going to try and shrink that time. I'm going to be going through a lot, so I'm going to move quickly. But because this is going to be recorded, you can always go back and watch that in a slower speed. But a lot of this content will be familiar for a lot of you, so we should be in good shape. I wanted to kind of start just quickly introducing the event. So this is the first event in what we hope to be a series of events over time. We're calling it Funding the Commons, and we hope to create a venue where we can advance the thinking, the design, the conversations around, and the awareness around how to fund public goods. And there's all kinds of public goods that are part of our daily lives and so on. We'll discuss what those are and how they feature into our world and so on, and what are the current mechanisms for funding them are. But the goal for this broader event series is to make sure that we can advance the state of the art, because innovations in this kind of thinking, innovations in how we fund these kinds of goods can have dramatic impact in our world. And I'll dive into that a little bit. So we have a phenomenal lineup of speakers. I'm super thrilled to welcome a number of amazing people who will be going through in many different parts of this whole very large set of topics. And the goal is for each one of these talks to leave you with a lot of ideas around what is both working now or what might be working in the future. So we've encouraged all of the speakers to both give you a sense of the structures that are working today and what ideas they have for the future, so that you as a listener can think about those things and create a contribution in the future, and then help push the envelope and help push the frontier. So if we can dramatically improve the quality of the systems that we use for funding public goods, then the whole world will get better for everyone. I wanted to just give a huge thank you to all of the organizers. This was an event that we put together in record time. This was a huge undertaking, a huge amount of labor for a lot of people. And so a huge thank you from me and from everybody watching this to everybody who participated in putting this together. And I wanted to kind of hint that we are likely to as we turn this into a series, we're likely to have the next one sometime in February. Those dates might change and so on, but we'll keep you posted. So I want to kick off with a perspective around a vision for the future. So I wanted to use kind of this imagery of some amazing advanced society that has really developed in terms of its technology and its symbiosis with different living systems and on Earth and so on. And this kind of art inspires a lot of awe in a number of people and a lot of hope and an optimistic vision for the future. So I think you'll see that throughout this set of talks today, that all of the people that are engaged in funding public goods tend to have a super optimistic view of the future, because we know what's possible with this kind of technology. So if you're an artist making this kind of work, thank you, because your works of art inspire us to dream big and to think of how to achieve these kinds of things. So my talk is going to be about closing the innovation chasm. So in this kind of vision of the future, you can imagine many different kinds of technologies or problems that have been solved, or many different things that the people living in the society can do, and how they share things and so on. And you can probably imagine a range of problems that have been solved and addressed by some kind of like solution put in place by a community, by a broader network, by a commons. And a lot of the times, today we're sort of like riding on the amazing growth and improvement that we've seen over, definitely millennia, but a few centuries where most of the technological progress has accelerated, and certainly like the last 70, 80 years have just been this amazing story of the great success of our innovation and ingenuity, and advancing science, taking the fruits of science and our quest for knowledge, and using those ideas to then turn into technology that enhances our capabilities to better reshape and harness the world around us, to sort of improve the quality of life and the opportunities for everybody. So it's been an amazing story of growth and just life improvement and quality of life improvement for humans worldwide, and so on. Now, of course, there's a ton of problems to solve still, massive areas where we continue to fail, and things that could be dramatically better. Everywhere we look, we can probably find and spot many kinds of things that could be way better. But often the story of science and technology and technological progress is one where the world just gets broadly better as we can diffuse technological improvements and grant access and make sure that we aim for good futures when we build those technologies. Now, there's a particular problem in that story that we're kind of running up against, and one where the tools that we have today are sufficient to solve, but somehow we are lacking some set of ideas or some set of primitives that can dramatically improve our rate of innovation. And so this is what I call the innovation chasm. And I'll go into explaining it a little bit, but just a picture that you should have in mind for the duration of this conversation is this kind of chasm in between science and technology. I'd like you to consider science and technology as two sides of the same coin. We tend to separate them, but think of science as the advancement of knowledge, of how we get to know what we know, how do we improve our knowledge, how do we discover new things, how do we discover the fundamental ways in which the universe works, and how do we build scaffolds and abstractions and constructions to be able to kind of better understand how things all work. And technology is the application of that knowledge and embodying that knowledge into physical tools and processes, systems, and structures that enable us to increase our capabilities as agents and increase our abilities to effectively do whatever it is we want. And so that technology tends to, as we discover new things, that technology tends to develop and improve and then feeds back into science. So tons of the scientific developments in history have come from technological improvements that have expanded our capability of what our reach of what we know. As we as we sort of feed back the science and technology feedback loop in and of itself into itself, we get this amazing technological improvement and this acceleration of progress. Now, there's a problem, however, in that our society today is not really cognizant of this whole pipeline and whole process. And there's a major gap and bottleneck in how science translates into technology. And I've come to believe over the last 10, 15 years of really inspecting this problem and thinking through it, that this is the most important bottleneck holding us back as a civilization and as a species. And throughout this conversation, I hope to kind of both draw attention to this problem and suggest some ideas for how we might be able to get ourselves out of it. So let's try and close the innovation chasm. One thing I want to seed at the beginning of this conversation is a thing called prior to utopian goal alignment. And this is an idea from Eric Drexler, who's a brilliant scientist and technologist, sort of was foundational in nanotechnology and sort of, I believe, coined the term originally. And he has this conception of this kind of prior to utopian goal improvement over time, where we can, if we sort of like reason through how agents participate in an economy and in a system, and we factor in that we're not dealing with a zero-sum world with limited resources, but instead we're dealing with a world where we have knowledge and we have creation and we have the ability to improve our ability, how we kind of organize matter to create more value. You end up in a world where not only is the world not zero-sum, so it's a positive sum game, but the positive sum is dramatically, like orders of magnitude larger than the resource constraints that we tend to think of. So let me illustrate that. So the normal conception of kind of zero-sum games draws a curve like this, where there's one, think of like just a simple world with two agents where one agent has a set of holdings of resources and the other agent has the rest. And so you can sort of imagine kind of the boundary and kind of the first arc there of how the possible distribution of resource holdings could happen between those two agents. And a zero-sum world paints this picture as maybe a line or maybe this curve that implies that there's some kind of loss when agents compete for resources and they end up destroying value by taking value from each other. And the idea of like non-zero sum games and positive sum games is that in reality, if those agents cooperate and share goals, they can yield Pareto improvements where kind of everybody benefits to this like new frontier. And one of the interesting insights here is that if agents cooperate and improve things for everybody, you can often end up better off than if you ended up competing or trying to kind of shuffle around resources. And this is the core insight that has been, or the core process, not really an insight because this just started happening before people realized it. This is a core process that has been happening with the knowledge explosion and with the kind of our humans being able to sort of use technology and science and so on to reorganize the world around ourselves. We've dramatically improved the quality of life for everybody by just creating a massively better off world than there was before. And Drexler points out that not only is this like, not only is this effect strong and people should be cooperating, but it is tremendously strong. When you factor in the level of technology that we have today with things like the internet and computing and just the horizons of AI and AGI and space resources and so on, kind of like as you think about kind of a type 1 civilization moving or advancing through the Kardashev types of civilization, we're talking about like many orders of magnitude improvement in terms of the resources and our capabilities of using resources. And so the thrust of this whole argument is people should really stop competing for resources, because that's not only short-sighted and myopic, but it's just completely wrong. And instead be thinking about growing the pie and growing our capabilities as a whole in this massively positive sum game. So that sort of posits this idea of like it is possible for agents to organize themselves into an alignment around this region of the space that he describes as pareidotopia, where agents in general are cooperating as well as possible and sharing in knowledge and resources and so on to try and grow the value for everybody. And you can think of science and technology as like the key driver of this pareidotopian improvement. And what I'm interested in finding out is like if we're right now sort of stuck in the point in the bottom left corner in kind of like the current holding spot, how can we use our knowledge of this fact? How can we use our knowledge of this pareidotopian goal improvement to coordinate those subset of agents that understand this to increase the quality of life for everybody and increase our access to resources? But also, how might we be able to leverage the fact that we know the world is more than positive zero sum, and that it's greatly so, to sort of borrow against the future and create structures that can pull back some of that value from the future so that we can use it now to build that future. So, and a lot of people often kind of are amazed about the kind of amazing growth that sort of like the capital world has given in the last 150 years, especially sort of like the technology startup world, where and nowadays we live in a hyper optimized version of that. And so we can see just how quickly in a matter of 5 to 10 years, a new product can emerge and a new kind of company it can form and race its way into kind of developing it and giving it to the market and so on, and creating massive amounts of value. And for a lot of people, this just feels like super weird. It's just kind of amazing how something that started from nothing can within 5 or 10 years suddenly be one of the most valuable things on the planet, at least by our kind of modern metrics of markets and so on. And the key thing here is that we're in a structure that has hyper optimized this kind of ability to borrow against the future. And the way that happens is that stock and equity in corporations functions as a way to borrow against the future. With a set of people that can see this potential and take a risk and bet with their time and energy and current resources and current capital and whatnot, and bet that together they can achieve this much greater amount of value. This is usually value creation, so it's not value taking or value moving. It tends to be value creation, and they sort of can form together, make a bet, and if they're right, then they can kind of pull back some of that value, and eventually can sort of get rewarded for doing so, and the whole pie can grow for everybody. And you can think of the internet development, which was a public good and public funded, and then later the kind of internet startup world as kind of two very different but related examples of how groups have understood the potential value and have created structures for generating this kind of pareidotopian like goal improvement. Cool. So let's pick up the pace. I wanted to kind of give that as an introduction and just frame the thinking, because I think if everybody watching this today or watching this series of talks can have that grounding of that idea of how can we create mechanisms to pull back the future value, use it now to sort of like borrow against the potential for future value, use it now to create an enormous amount of value for the world. And if we're right, then we can just grow the pie for everybody, especially in the context of public goods. So this structure that I'm describing has worked very well for private goods and has worked very well for nation state funded public goods. So this is kind of large scale grant programs that are run by governments, but has not worked for public good funded ecosystems yet. But that's the promise of the technology that we might create. One kink on the whole story that I've described so far is that we actually are entering this kind of period of technological stagnation. And there's a lot of people that have pointed out the problem that when you look at the improvement rate that we're in right now, in everything except computing and digital goods, there's sort of like a large stagnation of our rate of progress. So it's not that we're doing less. In fact, we're doing way more than we used to be doing, but our growth and improvement is actually slowed down. And there's kind of like a many conceptions of this. You can go through those. One especially interesting one is like comparing the amount of funding in science to the sort of like perceived outputs of the process. So this chasm that I'm describing is, I think, central to that whole story of like why it is that though we have seen tremendous economic growth, though we've seen we have an enormous amount of funding in both the broader market and in science, what we're seeing kind of like this chasm in between, where there's kind of a lot of development of new knowledge and new thinking and new concepts and so on, but the translation of that new knowledge and new concepts and so on isn't making it over to technology. So today, science is led by academia, and that is mostly governed by this incentive field around kind of recognition by the rest of academia, and that puts an emphasis on creating top papers, moving from field to field, creating a very successful paper in one field, planting a flag, and moving on to the next possible top paper in another subfield. And there's no strong incentive to take that knowledge and turn it into technology. There's no strong incentive to do all of the work involved in translating those concepts into actually broadly usable things. This happens, but it happens not very well rewarded, and that's not where the core of the incentive structure lies. On the other side, in technology, we have an extremely sophisticated world with vast amounts of resources and capital, all formed around corporations and business enterprises. So that entire world has been greatly optimized and has vast resources. And a subset of that tends to be about technology. A subset of that tends to take new potential technologies, develop them into the market, turn them into products, and then sell them into the world. And so that part of the chasm is an incentive field sort of run by the broader market, an incentive field based on maximizing revenue flows. And the problem with that is that those corporations tend to orient towards just maximizing revenue flows. So if they could get away with doing less research and less technology translation, because that's really hard, and instead maybe shifting other kind of features about a product to make it create more revenue, they'll do that. Because at the end of the day, that the market goals are about maximizing that revenue flow, not really kind of doing this technology translation. So what we're missing in this kind of chasm that I'm describing we're missing an incentive field that really prioritizes the technology translation process, turning new concepts, new ideas, new knowledge into broadly usable technology that is well diffused into the world. This entire part is, I think, the biggest bottleneck that our civilization is facing, and we need incentive structures that can speed this up. In reality, the funding landscape is probably something like this. The broader market is vastly larger than all of the amount of money that goes into science. But again, I think the bottleneck is still in the translation process. Now, we might think of dragging the incentive fields from science over. So we might think of giving credit to a lot of things within kind of this part of the coordination process, or we might think of dragging the market incentive mechanisms over, and instead creating ways of making profitable this entire translation process. So either of these could work, and we might also be able to create an entirely new incentive structure, but that is dramatically harder. So I would sort of recommend one of these two approaches, probably both in different parts. I'm super Bell Labs inspired. I think that they have they've been the sort of like institution that succeeded the most in this kind of innovation process. And if you go back and look at how they are arranged and organized their systems, they tend to have this kind of research and fundamental development group that was very focused on the new knowledge creation. They had a specific systems and facilities development group. And this was, by the way, one fraction of Bell Labs. This was about a decade they had a long history. This is one of the structures. They had kind of like this specific systems and facilities development group that most of their scientists and engineers lived in, which turned the new concepts into effective, usable structures. And they had a group in the middle that sort of coordinated and planned for this entire technology translation process. So the group that was best at doing technology translation in history, in my view, had a deep understanding of how this chasm worked and how to shift things through it and do so in high speed. And there's a whole kind of like pipeline structure of how they approach problems. And they very well understood that the vast amount of time and energy and resources were going to be deployed after the kind of fundamental discovery happened. One thing I want to point out, though, is that in that period, there was this incentive field of the war that was extremely effective at coordinating everybody. Tons of people in the world just worked as fast as they possibly could because there was like this extremely hyper prioritizing incentive field where people around the planet felt that if they didn't work as fast as they possibly could on discovering new science and translating technology, then everybody could die. And so like that kind of incentive field existed, and it sort of was powering the whole R&D translation process. And this is why people kind of point to the late 40s and the 50s as some of the fastest rate of improvement in science and technology. But we should not discount the effect that was just about how the wars fueled that innovation. And instead, what we need to do is find a totally different market-oriented, network-oriented incentive field in the middle. It could be discovered, or we could be dragging one of the other fields. But it'd be amazing if we can create some structure here that can accelerate the rate of innovation. One thing that I want to kind of point out is if we approach this, so the world has changed a lot now with the internet. We have open source structures and open source services, and we have a vastly more connected world. If we can approach things from a perspective of open source innovation and think of making ideas, making pieces. Sorry, one second. If we take pieces of innovation and make them broadly applicable and usable by everybody in this kind of permissionless innovation structure, then we can greatly increase the throughput of this pipeline. A ton of innovation slows down because of patents or because of structures that inhibit the rate of progress. So as much as possible, try and create like innovation flows that are open. One thing that's I think really key in the last 10, 15 years is that the startup ecosystem has yielded. This is one snapshot of one single network of innovation groups, sort of like the YC portfolio. Is one example of significant R&D technology translation. There's a subset of these companies that are entirely about R&D translation, and they've done so by sort of crossing the chasm in their own way, seeing the potential in the future of like applying some new science and translating that technology. When you compare Alphabet and YC, Alphabet, who set out to do this kind of technology translation, if you discount the Google part and you just compare the other bets and compare them to the output of YC, YC has just been dramatically more effective in that time period and at a much lower level of capital invested. So there's like a ton of hope that we can create open source networks and fund them well to do this kind of technology translation. So the tech startup ecosystem has generated what the world sort of perceives as to be the world's most valuable companies and so on. It's been super successful, and it relies on this structure of funding and this kind of staircase of funding along the way that enables a lot of groups to get going, and has the end public IPO market as kind of like the last spot where there's an exit to the broader market, and that's what allows people to borrow from the future to create that value. There's an enormous amount of funding, so we're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars in funding going into these enterprises along the way. And what I think we need to do is create a similar level of structures for funding public goods and public goods oriented teams that have some similar levels of funding and similar levels of exit potentials. Not exactly exit; it's not really exit. It's rather rewarding, so that people can speculate to be able to go into the early stage ideas and develop them across this time period. So I'm extremely interested in generating an ecosystem that's kind of like this, but entirely oriented not on just selling something to the market broadly in kind of a public IPO sort of setting, but instead in creating great rewards at this scale for building public goods, not private goods. Cool. So I think with that, I'll give a quick snapshot of the public goods structure. You can think of public goods as these goods that have a broad applicability to most people in the economy. They're non-excludable and non-rivalrous. You can think of many kind of like public infrastructure and systems and public health systems and so on as public goods. Increasingly, there's tons of public goods being developed in the internet through open source, through open services, and crypto. One thing I wanted to kind of point out before is that today there's the landscape of public good funding tends to be either proactive or proactive, and it has like this structure with predictable impact or unpredictable impact. And so when you compare these, there's structures for all of these, but they're not nearly as robust and not nearly as large in volume as the funding structures for the public markets and for broader capital. So if we think of like breaking down each of these quadrants and creating dramatically better structures, then maybe we can create a dramatically better public goods funding ecosystem. So throughout the day, you're going to hear about many different kinds of mechanisms that can go into these spots. Things that are prospective or retrospective, things that are based on sort of predictable impact or completely unpredictable impact, and we are going to be diving into many different potential mechanisms and systems that can yield better results for the broader world. So again, going back to the Paritopian goal alignment, if we succeed in this enterprise, if we can create dramatically better structures for funding and growing public goods, then we can kind of greatly increase the value for the whole world, and we can create a dramatically faster rate of improvement and can solve most problems in the world. So I'll be back later, but at this point, I'll hand it off to Vitalik. Thank you.
Thanks, Juan, for an optimistic look at how we can cross the innovation chasm to a Pareto-improved future. Our next speaker, Vitalik Buterin, is a co-founder and inventor of Etherium and helps to lead the Etherium Foundation. He'll be talking about algorithms and mechanisms for funding public goods, giving a view of the latest thinking around novel public funding experiments and exciting new projects in the ecosystem. Welcome.
Thank you very much, and it's good to be here. So I will today focus on some public goods funding in the Ethereum ecosystem, and some of the very specific experiments and specific learnings that the Ethereum ecosystem has had from its attempts to fund public goods that the ecosystem needs in order to survive and prosper, and just see how some of those learnings might be applicable to public goods funding in the future. So blockchain communities are a very natural fit for public goods, interestingly enough. I say this is interesting because a lot of the early ideology of blockchains is really focused on private goods. It's focused on things like creating really powerful and robust individual property rights, creating markets, creating systems for trade, creating decentralized exchanges, and similar things. But public goods are actually hugely important to blockchain communities. So just to give a few examples of this, public goods that are critical for things like the Bitcoin community, the Ethereum community, other blockchain communities to survive. Open source client code is a very big one, right? So to connect to the Ethereum network, you need to have an Ethereum client. The Ethereum client interprets the Ethereum rules. It needs to be able to process transactions quickly. Work needs to go on into making the clients upgrade and support all of the latest protocol features that the community wants to add. You need a whole lot of very hard work on optimization to increase scalability. Like even the Ethereum blockchain itself, it's the gas limit has increased by a factor of 5 since the platform launched in 2015. And there's just a lot of work that went into that and went into simultaneously making it safer. So open source client code is a public good. If you create a client, a piece of software that someone can use to connect to the network, then you basically have to make it open source, because if you don't make it open source, then people are not going to trust it. And if you do make it open source, then anyone can go and copy it. So you either are offering it to the entire community or you're offering it to no one, right? So that's a classic example of public good. Protocol research, the math, cryptography, analysis, auditing, everything that goes into actually creating upgrades to the Ethereum protocol, 100% public good. Documentation, things to help people understand what's going on in Ethereum, things that help people actually get into Ethereum, understand what the different parts of the ecosystem are up to, how to use some different pieces of software, also very much a public good, and community building, like just doing things like running meetups, running online events, running just just doing all sorts of activities to help people in the community link together and talk to each other. There's definitely a private good component to that. Like if you run a meetup, then theoretically you could charge for it, and people would be willing to pay because they want to listen. But there's also very large positive spillovers that happen as a result, right? Like if someone does become understand the Ethereum ecosystem better, they're more likely to contribute. And so if you just try to run all of that community building with a kind of private goods oriented mechanisms, like making people pay to attend everything, then you're going to end up getting much less community building work happening than the amount that actually makes sense for the community. So in blockchain communities, public goods are hugely important, and public goods are, I think, more important even than private goods. So if public goods are so important, then there's this next question, right, of how do we actually fund the public goods? So the problem of funding public goods can be broken up into two major subproblems. One subproblem is, where does the money come from? And the second subproblem is, what mechanism decides who receives the money? So where does the money come from, right? So in the crypto community in general, I think there's four major sources that we've seen. One is individual donations. There have been plenty of cases of individuals donating money to core developers, individuals donating money to teams. This happens all the time. Corporate donations are another one. So this could happen through corporations giving donations of money directly, or it could also happen through corporations hiring employees to work on public good projects. So for example, in the Bitcoin community, Blockstream hires Bitcoin core devs. In the Ethereum community, Consensus, for example, has hired a lot of people that end up doing core development work on Ethereum. So this also happens a lot. And corporate donations are definitely more scalable than individual donations, because like with individual donations, you have this property, right, that like every dollar donated to public goods is a dollar that's sacrificed by one individual person. And so either you need that one individual person to be very, very altruistic, or you need them to benefit personally by more than $1 from from that public good. So the public good just has to be such an amazing big deal that it's in that one person's interest to support it. With corporate donations, like you get leverage, right? Because the corporation is not one person's money. The corporation is a lot of people's money. The individual decision makers, like it's not like they personally lose $10,000 if they give $10,000 to some to some public good project. The corporation even benefits from social status in some way. So it's a step up, but still not sufficient. And also, if you rely on corporate donations, then one of the big negative externalities you end up receiving is you often end up getting a lot of centralized control over the public goods, which is something we want to avoid. One-time pre-mines and one-time pre-sales. So Ethereum is a good example of this. Basically, the initial issuance of Ethereum, 11.9 million of those coins were pre-mined. So they were given to the people that did a lot of the initial work in making Ethereum possible, and also went into the Ethereum Foundation, which is still using them to fund ongoing expenses today. And then finally, ongoing issuance and redirected fees. So like Zcash, right? Zcash has ongoing issuance, which gets sent currently to the Zcash Foundation and the Electric Coin Company. And that process is continually iterated through basically the same off-chain governance that decides protocol upgrades. So these are the four sources right now, right? And I think they have their different strengths and weaknesses. Individual donations are nice, but they're also insufficient. Corporate donations are somewhat more sufficient, but still not quite. And if you rely on them too much, you get centralized control. one-time pre-mines and pre-sales are nice in that you get an amount of money that's just directly dedicated to creating the public goods, but it's only one time. And ongoing issuance, the problem with ongoing issuance is that you're basically like giving money into a permanent thing, and like that permanent thing, like you have to think really hard about how it's governed, and you have to think really hard to make sure that it's actually being governed well, and deal with the risk of that governance being captured. So public goods funding needs to be long-term and systematic, right? Public goods are a very big and systematic problem. They are a long-term problem. Therefore, they need a long-term and systematic solution. So this means that we need funding to come from not just individuals and also not just companies, because companies too can disappear, but from applications and or protocols. So that is the first kind of part of the question, right? And when I say applications and or protocols, like there's many possibilities. It doesn't need to be the Ethereum protocol itself. Like it could be layer 2 protocols, right? Like Optimism, for example, is doing retroactive funding rounds for the Ethereum ecosystem. Like the Uniswap DAO has funded quite a few Ethereum-wide public goods. So there's a lot of potential funding sources and I think at the kind of application and layer 2 protocol layer, there is opportunity to be flexible that does not exist at layer 1. What mechanism decides the recipients? So one is a centralized small committee. So basically like the Ethereum Foundation Grants Committee. Another possibility is quadratic funding. So Gitcoin has been doing some quadratic funding recently. And then possibly there could be other mechanisms as well, right? So this is the question of, given a pool of money, how does that pool of money actually get distributed? So Moloch DAO was this interesting experiment that's been happening in Ethereum land for the last, I think, at least 3 years now. Basically, it's a DAO consisting of some major like ETH holders and Ethereum contributors, and they just like pool some of their money together, kind of assurance contract style. So it's this kind of collective individual donation, and then they basically have a DAO, and that DAO votes on like where the funding ends up actually going. So Moloch DAO has funded a lot of interesting things. Definitely, it's funded some kind of like ecosystem reports. It's funded Tornado Cash. It's funded some a lot of other things. So it is small. The amount of funding in it is not huge, but it's I'd say it's still one of those kind of alternative grant givers that's been punching above its weight. Gitcoin grants. So this is an experiment in quadratic funding, right? This is this quadratic voting inspired mechanism for choosing where public goods get funded to. And it's a type of voting, except you basically vote by giving donations. And the donations that individuals give are small, but then there is also this central matching pool, and the matching pool gets allocated between the projects using a formula that takes into account how many donations each project got and from how many different people those donations came from. So Gitcoin grants has been running in the Ethereum ecosystem for a few years. Community grants, some infra grants. So there's these different sections for grants. There's one round roughly every 2 or 3 months. So we see a lot of interesting projects get funded on the community side. A lot of interesting projects get funded on the infrastructure side. A lot of other projects have been funded lately. And it has become a very stable source of revenue for, I think, at least some participants. Like Bankless, for example, gets a significant amount of funding every round. I think like Bankless is definitely getting funded enough that David and Ryan can like basically have enough to be able to live comfortably. Like this is $30,000, and they're getting amounts roughly on this order once every couple of months. Ethereum Magicians, ETH Hub, important community resource, and then some Ethereum clients, some Umbra, and other interesting privacy solution. So a lot of things have already been funded by Gitcoin grants. And Gitcoin grants is interesting, right? Because anyone can vote. And so it really does kind of source this very wide and diverse community input. And so it ends up funding different projects from the kinds of projects that retro funding the projects that kind of more centralized committees end up funding by themselves. So now, right, retroactive funding. So retroactive funding is this new idea that I have been working on with Optimism, and actually Optimism's retro funding round one recently finished, and they released the results about, I think, a week and a half ago. And the idea with retro funding is, instead of funding projects in anticipation of future work, you fund them in recognition of work that has already been done. So instead of the retro funding mechanism having the job of making predictions, where making predictions is hard and often relying on these kind of conformist voting mechanisms to make predictions just leads to them missing really important things. Instead, you just let people do whatever projects they want to do. And if something happens that turns out to have a really good impact, then they can vote, make this, basically vote to reward that project for the work that they did. If there are projects that are considered long shot bets at the beginning, but succeed at the end, and they still need money to be funded, then you could combine retroactive funding with an investor ecosystem, right? Investors could invest in public good projects, and then if that project succeeds, and if that project gets a retro reward, then some of that retro reward could also go to the investors. Now, obviously, for this to work, there has to be a pretty big sized retro funding pool and a pretty consistent retro funding pool. But this is one of the nice things of about Optimism doing this, right? Their roll-up is getting hundreds of thousands of dollars of transaction fees every day. And now, obviously, most of that has to go to paying the sequencer, to paying gas fees for the call data on L1, but some of that still goes to basically excess profits for the sequencer. And the plan is to take a lot of that revenue and put that into these retro rounds. So retro round one was $1 million, and it's likely that the retro rounds are going to be bigger in the future. So now, of course, with retro funding, there's still the question of what kind of voting mechanism decides how this funding actually happens, right? And with retro funding, the Optimism experiment is taking this interesting route using what we call badge holders, basically a medium-sized set of technical experts that are at the beginning handpicked, but then over time, mechanisms can be added to kind of choose and add new ones in a more decentralized way. And so it's not coin voting. It's as I've written in other contexts, I think cryptocurrency governance needs to move beyond this kind of this idea that pure coin voting is the only legitimate kind of decentralization. So this badge holder thing is interesting as an alternative. It's not coins, but it's also a much bigger committee than you would get in pretty much any traditional centralized team. So where is this all going to go in the future, right? I think, first of all, public goods funding in Ethereum is necessary, and public goods funding has to be systematic. And I think more public goods funding in Ethereum is going to be possible. I think we're going to see more large-scale application protocols and layer 2 protocols on Ethereum helping to fund public goods, both within their own ecosystems and within the broader Ethereum ecosystem. And I think once they are large enough, within the ecosystems going even far beyond Ethereum. I want to see Ethereum-based public goods funding and Filecoin-based public goods funding gadgets collaborate on, say, funding the open source virtual reality ecosystem, or funding open hardware, or even funding life extension research. I think once these mechanisms get big enough, they are going to be big enough that they'll be able to have a scope of concern far beyond these crypto ecosystems themselves. And they're going to be a potentially significant part of how hopefully humanity ends up building the 21st century. Now, of course, big vision, very dependent on crypto and blockchains continuing to succeed in order to be able to actually have the funding to realize that. But we'll see how it happens. And also, as these funding projects get bigger, ecosystems are going to form around these funding mechanisms, right? So there's going to be, I think, very soon what I call the first quadratic freelancer, the first people who actually make enough money off of these quadratic funding rewards that they just rely on it as their source of income. I think Bankless might even be very, very close to there already. well, I mean, they basically are there already, though they also have some other revenue from sponsorships, and they're doing that for doing some other things as well. Eventually we're going to see people doing a kind of creating second layer infrastructure around these funding mechanisms. So things like quadratic funding block explorers, and then those projects themselves would get funded through quadratic funding or through retroactive funding. Eventually, we're going to see investors invest in early stage public good fund projects, early stage individuals or teams, partially in the hopes of getting rewarded through retroactive rewards. So as these projects get bigger, as these projects get more sustainable, then hopefully we're going to start seeing these ecosystems form. And then we are going to see this kind of very large and systematic ecosystem level wide effort on making sure all of these really important things in the Ethereum ecosystem and beyond actually can get funded. Thank you.
Thanks, Vitalik. That was a really great view on how we can take a long-term and systematic view to supporting public goods. And we actually have some time for questions. So I think I will highlight a few, if you don't mind, from the chat. I believe the first question had to do with what an exit looks like in this structure. So let me see if I can find that again. And so if we're talking, this is a question from Daniel Irwin in the chat. If we're talking about investing in the public, what does the exit look like? Is it like getting elected to run things? How else can you measure that the broader masses are better off or happier in this system?
How can you measure that the masses are better off? So like, how do you actually measure to what extent these public goods have been funded have actually been having an impact? I think in general, measuring impact is an incredibly complicated problem. I don't claim to have very good solutions. I think ultimately any mechanism that does get developed is going to have to be what we call some kind of DAO with some kind of governance. But then that's if it needs to be part of the protocol. But otherwise, these rounds and the results are all completely open. The processes are transparent, so they're definitely fully available for anyone who wants to study and try to make conclusions off of the results to do that. And so I don't think that there is one correct way to measure. I just think that the only thing that we do need is just a larger ecosystem of people analyzing and as discussing what's going on and trying to make conclusions about how to improve these mechanisms more going forward into the future.
Thank you for that. I'd like to remind the participants, you can still add questions in the chat. We have a few more minutes. I'm going to go to another question that's sort of prompted by what you just said about a lot of participants in this ecosystem. And I believe there was a question earlier from Dave Mackey about how does retroactive public goods funding scale? Can you sort of model that for us?
Sure. So I think the main scaling problems with all of these mechanisms are one of them is just where to get more money for them, right? How do we actually get into a future where instead of these rounds being $1 million, they're $100 million? And so, we can seriously talk about big parts of entire communities getting their money from them. I think to get the most realistic route to get to that point, I personally think, is these applications and layer 2 protocols that I'm talking about, really succeeding and actually getting an amount of revenue that can pay for those things. I think it's happening already, right? If you just look at Ethereum itself, the amount of fees that it's getting are on the order of $80 million a day right now. And so as the Ethereum ecosystem in particular moves to layer 2 in order to scale and have lower transaction fees, the layer 2 protocols, I think at some points are going to start getting levels of fees that are of similar orders of magnitude to that. And so when that happens, and when I think other blockchains an Filecoin succeeds, I think it's going to have a large amount of fees collected as well. So if those protocol fees can go into these decentralized public goods funding gadgets, then that's already it's an improvement. I mean, I think that can get us to the next level. The second scaling problem is the scaling problem of governance. I think with quadratic funding, it's easier because like the whole mechanism, it's just very democratic. And so the more money there is, the more people care and the more voters you have. With retro funding, with the current badge holder system, there is this, there's a little bit more challenges because the way the badge holder system is currently structured is that it expects every badge holder to have an opinion about every project. I mean, I think even after round one, we already recognize that that's completely unsustainable. And so how that evolves in the future, like would there be some kind of two-level system? Would badge holders have to delegate their badges to kind of specialists in particular categories? Would something else happen? Like that's a discussion that I think would have to happen, like specifically within the Optimism retro funding community. So I mean, these things are in general early stage experiments, and we'll do them, and as they grow, like we'll see challenges and we'll learn how to adapt to challenges.
Thank you. I've got just a few more. I've got a question here from Ben Reinhardt relating to time scale. He mentioned that our first speaker, Juan, most of the things Juan was talking about in his presentation won't be valuable until long into the future, and it will require a lot of capital to get there. Is retroactive public goods funding applicable there?
I think it absolutely could be. It's one of those places where retroactive public goods funding could actually be really great. I think in order for that to actually work, though, people need to have confidence that this retroactive funding ecosystem actually will exist 50 years in the future, right? And like that itself is a big kind of legitimacy hump. Like I think 5 years ago, people were not convinced that crypto would be here 5 years in the future. And a lot has changed over the last 5 years already, right? And crypto, I think, is increasingly establishing itself as a major player of this new world that we're coming into, right? Especially with major protocols literally having higher market caps with major banks and like being at the forefront of like safe funding like a large portion of all the cryptography research out there, and also at the forefront of funding a lot of the life extension research out there. So it like I personally am more convinced than ever that crypto will be around in 10 years, will be around in 20 years. What it will be like in 50 years, and will crypto in 50 years be committed to making retroactive rewards? Again, it's an open problem. I think creating the like institutions that give people comfort that such things actually will happen is probably one of the big problems, one of the big challenges of the whole thing. I guess we'll see. I don't think there's a good answer now. I just think we have to be aware of this as a problem and just work toward kind of like creating these structures and then stabilizing them so people can be confident that they'll continue to exist further in the future.
Thanks a lot. And I have a question here that I think might be a clarification that some listeners may really appreciate from Cedric Barney. What is the difference between retro public goods funding and prizes?
I mean, I think arguably retroactive public goods funding is just another word for prizes. But I think in practice, the word prize tends to refer to prizes that are kind of relatively kind of specified within a particular category, right? Like, there's like the X prize for like doing some very particular space travel exercise. There's like the Methuselah mouse prize for like making a mouse live 10 years or whatever the number of years is. So retroactive public goods funding is much more generic. It just says, if you create anything that has a positive impact that gets recognized, then it can get rewarded, right? And that's really powerful because like it captures the long tail, right? It's not just about a few specific things that like the designers or funders today have are excited about and have high opinions of. It's like it's something much more open-ended that could capture things that are recognized as being important tomorrow. So like that obviously comes with higher governance challenges as well, because like you need to have this like open-ended or governance process that determines like what level of value some project provided in general. But like that's like trying to iterate toward that is the point of a lot of these experiments.
Thanks a lot for that really comprehensive answer and for being so generous with your time. At this point, I will retroactively acknowledge that we decided to skip the first coffee break in favor of making sure that we can hear more from our speakers. And I think that was definitely the right choice, since we just had extremely exciting two first presentations. And now we're back on track. So I'll thank you again, Vitalik. And I will introduce our next speaker, Kevin Avaki. He is the founder and self-described quadratic spokesmeme at Gitcoin, as well as a general open source supporter and evangelist. Kevin will speak to us about the history of quadratic funding on one of the most mature public funding platforms in Web3. Welcome, Kevin.
Hey, Carla, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and get started. All right, and I hope y'all can see my screen now as well.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thanks so much. Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for having me, and thanks so much to Filecoin for hosting this really amazing event. My title, the title of my talk is Reimagining the Future of Public Goods with Quadratic Funding on Gitcoin Grants. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about Gitcoin grants and quadratic funding. I'm going to tell you about Gitcoin grants history, running 12 rounds of quadratic funding. And then we'll end with some thoughts about the future of quadratic funding, the mechanism, what we've learned, and also how that intersects with Gitcoin's mission. So our mission is to build and fund digital public goods. We want to empower communities of builders to work together to create the future of the open web. That means supporting the open internet with open economies. And if we are successful, we will create many quadratic freelancers, people who have just quit their job and are working on the open internet, or just come out of school and working on the open internet. So what we do at Gitcoin is we build Web3 ecosystems. We have a suite of products that help you onboard and retain builders into your Web3 ecosystem. So primarily a tool called Gitcoin Kernel, which is one of the top accelerators, incubators in the space for Web3 talent. We've got hackathons, and we've also got Gitcoin grants. And over time, we have deployed about $40 million worth of funding for open source software, accelerating in the last few quarters to about $6 million per quarter, mostly through Gitcoin grants. And that's what I want to talk about with you today. So Gitcoin grants is a way to get community support and match funds for public goods projects. And it's just basically a crowdfunding platform that its superpower is quadratic funding. So I did not invent quadratic funding. Glenn Weil, Vitalik Buterin, Zoe Hitzig, it was their idea. And I like to think of us as just kind of like the B2C hipsters that have put it in front of people all across the web in the Ethereum ecosystem. And it's really quadratic funding that is this really special mechanism that allows Gitcoin grants to thrive. And I want to break out of my presentation really quick in order to talk about what is quadratic funding. And I want to show off this little calculator that we built at Gitcoin called WTF is QF, because we think that the paper by Glenn, Vitalik, and Zoe is really amazing, but a lot of people don't want to read a 30-page paper. And our goal is to explain what is quadratic funding using this site, as opposed to having to read the whole paper. So what makes quadratic funding really powerful is that on Gitcoin grants, we're doing about $1 million matching rounds every quarter and deploying them contemporaneously with a crowdfunding campaign, wherein inside of the crowdfunding campaign, if one grant gets $1,000 from 1,000 contributors and another grant gets $1,000 from one contributor, then what's going to happen is that the first grant will get way, way, way more of the matching pool. And that's because a broader swath of the community is supporting that first grant. And what's really powerful about this is that it creates this incentive to get over the free rider problem, because for every dollar that you're getting between 10x or 300x matching for every contribution that you're giving as a everyday member of the community. And so what this does is the number of contributors matters more than the amount funded. And this pushes power to the edges, away from whales and other central power brokers, and it creates more democracy in public goods funding, which is what we want. We want public goods funding and we want more democracy. So that is why quadratic funding is such a magical mechanism. And that is why we're so thankful to Glenn, Vitalik, and Zoe for inventing it so that we can deploy it on Gitcoin grants, which I want to tell you a little bit about the growth of Gitcoin grants over time next. So we started off running our first experiment in quadratic funding in Q1 of 2019. ETH had just hit the bottom of its bear market, and we were able to raise $40,000 through 200 contributions at that time. On the right-hand side of my screen over here is a view of what I call the matching contribution graph for that round. So basically every node in this network is a user or a grant, and every edge is a transaction on the system during that grant. So you can see the preference map. The whole point of quadratic funding is measuring the preferences of the community and which public goods the actual community cares about. And when you get that preference map, you can see how densely and from what parts of the community each public good is funding. So I'm just going to roll through a little bit of of the history of the round so that you can see the growth of that preference map and how we're supporting public goods, to round 2, where we raised 60K in Q2 of 2019, to round 3, in which we raised, not we, but we in conjunction with the community raised $300,000. And you can see the preference map here is getting denser. Round 4, and the thing that we did in round 3, that I think was like a really important UX thing, was we built in the UI a little thing that did the math for you in quadratic funding. So instead of you having to say, oh, I'm giving $1, how much will this grant get? We would say, oh, you're giving $1 and you're going to get $100 from the matching pool, which just allowed the users to see the power of quadratic funding. And that was a core breakthrough for the UX of building quadratic funding. Round 4, we did 350K, and you can see the preference map is growing. Vitalik came up with this idea in round 4 of adding a media matching round. So up until round 4, we were only doing open source contributions. And when we added a media matching round, it stirred up all these interesting conversations, like our Twitter accounts creating public goods if they're fighting disinformation or creating journalism. But the really cool thing about the media round was that it pulled more contributors in to the quadratic funding round, which supported more of the open source software developers. Open source software developers do great work, but they don't have huge audiences. Media and journalism is also a public good, but they have huge audiences. And that spillover effect of them entering the round created way more for public goods funding on Gitcoin grants. Round 5, playing it forward, Q2 2020, we expanded into experimenting with a public health matching fund. Herd immunity is a public good. And if you remember Q2 2020, we were all trying to figure out the coronavirus pandemic, and expanded into a health matching round that was moderately successful, raised 500K all in for open source, media, and public health. Round 6, we created this tool called bulk checkout. And basically what that did was it allowed us to go for you to add a bunch of grants to cart and then check out like 40 of them at a time. And that was a really important part of the user experience for getting people to contribute to more grants during their shopping experience. Round 7 was the introduction of layer 2, which is basically a cheaper payment mechanism for Gitcoin grants. The average contribution on Gitcoin grants is $1. And when we moved from layer 1 to layer 2, now we could do very, very cheap transactions to all of the grants on Gitcoin. And again, you see the preference map and the amount funding continuing to grow. Continuing through rounds 8, 9, and 10, we're getting into 2021 at this point, and you can see that the preference map is absolutely massive. Now we're raising over $1 million for quadratic funding for the Ethereum community every quarter, and continuing to focus on scalability, usability, and also Sybil resistance, which is basically one of the attack vectors of quadratic funding. And this is all culminated in round 11 with raising $2.5 million in the Ethereum community and 25,000 contributions. 25,000 contributions. So really, really proud of the growth of Gitcoin grants from when it started in January 2019 and how it's going in 2021, where we've basically got 25K contributors and $2.5 million being raised. So this is some of the stats and the growth of Gitcoin grants over time. The red line is the number of contributors. The green line is the crowdfund amount, and the blue is the number of contributions round over round. So we've seen pretty solid growth as people have discovered that this is a mechanism that actually supports the infrastructure that they depend on in the space. Some of the grants that I am most proud of on Gitcoin grants are obviously the big hits, the greatest. You got to play the greatest hits. Uniswap and Yearn Finance during round 2, 3, and 4 of Gitcoin grants received between 20K and 130K from the community. Super proud that we supported them before they became the massive supernovas that they are today. As a developer myself, I have a special place in my heart for open source clients. So that's ETH2 clients like Prismatic and Nimbus, but also front-end clients like Ethers.js that have managed to raise tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars from Gitcoin grants. And then there's just the hearts and minds projects for me, guys like Austin Griffith, who are just doing a bunch of cool stuff and are well respected by their community. And Wallet Connect, I just think, is this amazing protocol that I use almost all the time. And having them raise money from Gitcoin grants has been a real pleasure for me. We've also released a mechanism through which you can browse grants by what we're calling collections. Some of the causes that I care about are anti-civil technology, public goods, other public goods funding mechanisms, and then funding the journalists like Bankless, Daily Gway, Camila Russo, those type of projects in the space that help fight disinformation and help create more understanding about what's going on in the Ethereum space. So, I think that those are the quantitative stats. Qualitatively, I think that what we've heard from people like David Hoffman at Bankless is that the biggest thing that Gitcoin did for them was give them validation and to go full time on Bankless. We have seen Spencer Noon call Gitcoin grants an underrated experiment in Web3. And I'm really super proud, as someone who really looked up to Vitalik, to have him call Gitcoin grants establishing itself as a significant pillar of the Ethereum ecosystem that more and more projects are relying on for some or all of their support. But I want to come here sort of like everything on the table, talking also about the unsolved issues that we have with Gitcoin grants. So there's a problem of Sybil and collusion resistance, which is basically like, if I can get more matching funds for my grants with more people contributing to them, why wouldn't I just make up identities? So there's kind of like a cat and mouse game where we're building new identity verification mechanisms to make it harder to make up new accounts, and also making it harder for groups of people to collude with each other in order to get more of the matching pool. We do have a fraud and defense workstream in the Gitcoin DAO that has managed to estimate the fraud tax, as fraud tax being the amount of money that goes to fraudsters that are Sybil attacking the system over the amount of total that's raised in the projects. The fraud tax is about 0.5% right now, between 0.5 and 1% over rounds 10 and 11. There's a problem of Keynesian beauty contests, which is basically like, if you only fund the things that you see that are beautiful, then we're never going to fund the deep plumbing in the space that sits behind the things that we see, that we know and love. There's an ongoing question about credible neutrality and decentralization, which Gitcoin is paying down its centralization debt. I'll talk about that in a second here. And then there's an ongoing question of, where do the matching funds come from? So basically, you have to have a match pool to kick off the party every quarter. And where does that money come from? TLDR is that through rounds 1 through 6, it came from the Ethereum Foundation. This is the bear market. No one was funding public goods. Rounds 7 through 10, the market's turning around. You have alumni of Gitcoin grants like Yearn giving back to the matching pool. Andre from Yearn gave us 100K. And then everyone in DeFi, the cool thing to do was to give 100K to Gitcoin grants multi-sig. And so we saw a bunch of community funding for Gitcoin grants rounds 7 through 10. And now we're experimenting with funding Gitcoin grants matching pool with NFTs. Gitcoin DAO recently did a $3 million NFT launch, which funds us roughly for 3 rounds for the matching pool. And I'm happy to say that we are funded for the next 2.5 years of matching pools. And so we will be around. We will be around to be the pilot light of the ecosystem and public goods, even if there is a market downturn. And I think that stability, as Vitalik said, is a very important thing for the ecosystem to be able to expect that there will be a Gitcoin grants round. So I want to talk a little bit about the future of Gitcoin grants, and then we can break for questions. The future of Gitcoin grants is decentralized Gitcoin grants, increasing our Sybil resistance, experimenting with taking quadratic funding mainstream, and then I want to talk a little bit about grants round 12, which is coming up. So on the first topic, we are decentralizing Gitcoin. We released a token called GTC and launched Gitcoin DAO, which is the vessel through which we are decentralizing the governance, computation, development, and maybe one day, if we have it, economics of the network to a DAO from a company. We are experimenting with liquid democracy, which is basically, we believe that consent of the governed is the only legitimate basis for governance in any space, but especially the Ethereum space. And we want it to be governed by our community. But we recognize that most members of the Gitcoin community will not vote. And so we let them elect a representative who is well-informed and will vote for them. And I'm proud to be working with Linda Z, Austin Griffith, and Trent, and many other OGs of the Ethereum and Gitcoin ecosystem in order to govern Gitcoin grants in the future. Item number 2 that we're working on is Sybil resistance. Basically, we have aggregated a bunch of Sybil resistance tools from across the ecosystem, Proof of Humanity, Idena, Bright ID. We're also experimenting with using POAPs as Sybil resistance. And so we're kind of creating this like proof of personhood passport that we're using initially on Gitcoin grants, and are planning on building a decentralized version that anyone that has a Sybil resistance problem in the ecosystem can just in one line of code be able to integrate all of these different Sybil resistance tools and be able to like sign in with Ethereum, and then the DApp knows that you're a unique person or that you're not a unique person. And I think that would be such an interesting thing for the Ethereum ecosystem, for us to help knock down that Sybil resistance problem in partnership with, of course, all these other great Sybil resistance projects. I imagine moving from a web that is one token, one vote, a Web3 token, one vote, to one person, one vote. And I think that's fundamentally more democratic to enable that wave of innovation in the space. And I want Gitcoin to pay it forward and build more Sybil resistance in the ecosystem. We are experimenting with taking quadratic funding mainstream. We have done quadratic funding experiments in partnership with Open Collective in a project called Fund OSS in June 2021, where we raised $50K for Web2 open source software. Quadratic funding works outside of Ethereum. It's not just an Ethereum thing. And then we also did in May 2020, Downtown Stimulus, a quadratic funding experiment for downtown Boulder, Colorado. Comic book shops, coffee shops, restaurants getting supported with quadratic funding. And we had a successful experiment supporting Boulder downtown using quadratic funding. It doesn't, and it scales outside of tech. Quadratic funding works on Main Street. We funded a comic book store using quadratic funding. So cool. And then I want to leave you by talking about grants round 12, which is the next quadratic funding round that we are going to be doing. It is December 1st through December 16th. We are going to be running a main round of about 800K. We're going to be building Gitcoin DAO with Gitcoin with 25K round. We're doing side rounds with Uniswap, probably Polygon, maybe Algorand, and others. And then we're starting to do thematic rounds around climate change, advocacy, and longevity research. And so I'm just really excited to be funding public goods using culture, quadratic funding, and Gitcoin grants. If you're interested in being involved in grants round 12 or want to run a side round for your ecosystem, we build crypto ecosystems, and we'd love to talk to you. Please send me an email at founders@gitcoin.co if you're interested in getting involved. Thank you so much to Juan Benet and to Filecoin for having me today. Would be happy to break for the last few minutes and take some questions.
Thanks, Kevin, for describing a grant program operating in the wild today. So we have a few questions from the chat, and I think I will go first. They centered around the question of civil resistance, which you described, and your approaches to combating it. One of them is the proof of personhood passport. And Dave Mackey asks, how does this passport work for individuals who may need to maintain anonymity, like individuals in dictatorial regimes?
Right, really great question. So proof of passport, personhood passport is something that is in alpha right now. It's only being used on Gitcoin. And one of the things that we believe is a non-negotiable as we move this forward is that it needs to be something that is privacy preserving. And, you know, I think that the case for that is is self-obvious. You pointed out the risk of identity mechanisms in dictatorial regimes. And basically what we see ourselves doing is taking the Sybil resistance mechanisms that already exist across the ecosystem. So things like POAP, where it doesn't know your identity or any personally identifiable information. Stuff like Bright ID also doesn't know your personally identifiable information. Idena also doesn't know your personally identifiable information. And then we aggregate them into one passport that basically like derives Sybil resistance from all those downstream mechanisms, and then only exposes your personhood score to the DApp that wants to know whether you're a unique human or not. So I think it's really important to build this in a privacy preserving and decentralized way. And we haven't, like, quite candidly, we haven't figured it out yet, which is, why you don't see me on Twitter really promoting this project all that much. But we're working on doing it in a way that's self-sovereign and privacy preserving. And if you have any questions, please reach out on Twitter or on email. Happy to dive in on specifics.
Great, thanks a lot. Just a reminder, we'll be collating a lot of these questions and sending them along to the speakers in case, so you can still continue to drop questions in the chat. And now I'd like to thank Kevin again for a very interesting presentation and introduce our next speaker. Pooja Shah is the head of product at Protocol Labs, and she'll be talking about networked OKRs and milestone bounties, Protocol Labs' approach to aligning and funding ecosystem progress in a more decentralized fashion. Welcome, Pooja.
Hello, how's it going? Awesome. All right, let me share screen. Okay, so as Carla mentioned, I'm going to be talking about networked OKRs and milestone bounties. And again, my name is Pooja, and I work at Protocol Labs. So today, just to give a brief sort of roadmap of this conversation, I'm going to talk a little bit about why we think these mechanisms are important, and then dive into a little bit how we think about networked OKRs and milestone bounties specifically. So giving you some definitions, since these may not be familiar terms for a lot of people, and then diving into how they can be useful in aligning decentralized ecosystems and some of the experiments we're going to be running here within the Protocol Labs ecosystem. So I wanted to start by taking a step back and looking at some of the differences between centralized companies, where a lot of product and engineering work in our world has been done for the last several centuries, versus decentralized ecosystems. So, I was comparing on a number of different dimensions. When you think about centralized companies, often these are organizations where you can think of the actual organization as a graph that has a single root. The direction of growth of these types of organizations tends to grow with increasing depth and of the graph. But when companies tend to want to grow in new directions, sometimes they can struggle to expand the breadth of focus that they have. These companies also sometimes can, the impact that these companies can achieve can be constrained by headcount. So how many people directly work for this organization, how centralized companies orient the massive set of folks that are working within the company tends to be through centralized planning. But on the plus side, these sorts of structures have historically been very effective for hard engineering efforts that require really tight coordination between a number of different people, where there are dependencies between lots of different groups within the organization, but they can all collectively coordinate together in order to have some really massive impact. Obviously, all of us are here today because we're really excited about decentralized ecosystems and the direction that these ecosystems will go in the future, and the potential that decentralized ecosystems have to really have some incredibly massive impact as the arrow of time moves forward. So just to contrast against some of these dimensions, with decentralized ecosystems, an org chart is not really a reasonable concept, but if you were to think of the Ethereum ecosystem or the IPFS ecosystem, for example, as an organization, it would look like many different graphs of different companies that have many roots, who are the leaders of the various different groups within an ecosystem. The way that decentralized ecosystems can grow, I believe, can be in both deepening in particular directions, but also experimenting with new use cases and just really growing in terms of breadth as well. The impact that an ecosystem can achieve is not really constrained by this notion of headcount or the people that are within the ecosystem today, but it really looks a lot more like what is the latent talent in the industry. So the people that are broadly within this particular ecosystem or working on adjacent projects, or that might be interested in working in a similar space in the future. And especially as an industry grows, this can become extremely massive, like a massive force of people that are oriented around similar directions. In terms of direction setting for decentralized ecosystems, to date, a lot of what we've seen looks like, soft influence, like people writing blog posts and having really big followings on Twitter and other places where people are interested in hearing what leaders of these ecosystems have to say. But one of the downsides that I believe we have seen so far is that sometimes decentralized ecosystems can be a little bit less effective when projects are active that require really tight coordination and have lots of dependencies. And so one of the big questions that we think about a lot within Protocol Labs is how do you align participants in a decentralized ecosystem? We really want to be able to lean into some of the benefits that I mentioned before, but we don't want to lose the benefits of really tight coordination and efficiency when it comes to difficult engineering challenges that we have seen centralized companies be really successful with. And so one of the core principles that kind of underlies this entire set of experiments that we're looking into is this belief that in decentralized ecosystems, teams are often doing really, really valuable work that ultimately accrues value to the protocol layer. And so here are some examples within the IPFS and Filecoin ecosystems. One really great example is we just announced that within the Filecoin protocol, we are soon going to be launching the Filecoin virtual machine, which will enable user-generated smart contracts. And so things like this, which are not necessarily revenue-generating projects, but obviously anyone can see that they are extremely valuable and they will drive a lot of new use cases and development and experimentation within the protocol ecosystem. And so when we think about how do we align participants in an ecosystem, funding mechanisms are really, really important, obviously. And there are two core needs that these funding mechanisms need to achieve. So the first is making sure that participants have in the ecosystem have the upfront working capital that they need to go after these really high impact projects. And then on an ongoing basis, they also need additional funding to reward the impact that they were able to generate. Some of the principles that have been guiding us as we've been thinking about different funding mechanisms include, we need to make sure we're delivering really significant and proportional upside for teams. These primitives need to be really modular and flexible. This is sort of, I think this entire conference sort of shows a number of different ideas and different ways in which we can accomplish similar objectives. And so this is, one set of experiments and one set of ideas, which we expect to change and grow over time. Another core principle is that, this should feel really abundant as we're all doing extremely impactful work. This is a rising tide that really is going to lift all boats. And so there shouldn't be this feeling of scarcity or competitiveness within the ecosystem. And then another principle here is that we're aiming to reward impact, not effort. So the set of mechanisms that within the Protocol Labs network that we've been thinking about are designed to fund teams working on impact generating work that doesn't necessarily need to be revenue generating, although it can be. And to collectively, these mechanisms should be able to create an environment where teams can pursue opportunities faster, achieve higher impact, and earn many more rewards than they would today in a more centralized sort of setting. So one framework that we've been using to think about this set of mechanisms is this chart here, which sort of has two main dimensions. The first dimension is whether the impact was something that was predicted to be impactful, or whether it was just a creative new project that someone came up with and that ended up being very impactful, but that as direction setters in an ecosystem, maybe it wasn't recognized up front that this would be a very impactful project. So that's kind of the row at the top, predictable impact versus unpredicted impact. And then the column on the left talks about whether the funding is upfront. So it's, upfront working capital that's based on impact that is expected to come down the road versus funding that is based on realized impact. So some of the retroactive funding examples that we have heard about and will hear about throughout the rest of this conference. So when we think about funding that is this sort of upfront working capital, there are many different kinds of grants that we think are really the right, there's so many creative iterations and different nuances to how you can implement grants that achieve a number of different objectives here. But grants really are the primary mechanism that we've seen be really successful when it comes to funding based on prospective impact. But when it comes to funding based on realized impact, There are two mechanisms that we've been iterating around that we think are very interesting and we wanted to present today. And I'm going to talk a little bit about this concept of milestone bounties, which is rewarding work that has been completed, the impact has been realized, and it was something that was predicted to be impactful upfront. Okay, so before I start talking a little bit about milestone bounties, I want to talk about this concept of networked OKRs. And this goes back to this idea of how centralized organizations and decentralized ecosystems can orient groups of people. So within centralized companies, many folks are probably familiar with OKRs. Not every company in the world uses OKRs, but it's become increasingly a very common mechanism to do central planning for organizations. And so in a company like Google, you would see something like this massive OKR tree where there's a set of objectives that are set by the executives, and each of the various different groups within Google will take that top level set of company goals and then interpret what that means for their organization, and it'll sort of like hierarchically trickle down throughout the rest of the organization. So this is a pretty effective mechanism for companies, but there are some challenges to planning in this way. The first thing is that this is a really insular way of doing planning for an organization. Often these OKRs at the company level or at the organization, like sub-organization level, is very opaque to the broader ecosystem. And so therefore it's difficult to tell other people what are some of the goals that this organization is planning to achieve in this year or whatever the time frame is. Another challenge is that often this sort of planning process is scoped with headcount capacity in mind. So that ends up being a constraint for the impact that this organization can have more broadly. And then the last challenge is that this type of planning works pretty well, but when you compare it to alternatives that look much more like market-based planning, this as a solution looks very inefficient when you're talking about expressing the massive breadth and depth that exist across an entire ecosystem. So thinking about not just Google itself, but the massive ecosystem of products that have been built around Google's suite of core products, this sort of like structure is very difficult to use to express that complexity and diversity. In contrast, there's this idea that we've been calling networked OKRs. And this is really because, the core principle when we're talking about organizing work and coordinating with others in a decentralized ecosystem, we want to make sure that we're engaging as many people as possible on the top priorities in an ecosystem and really growing the size of that ecosystem overall. So it's not about, the headcount of one particular company, but really who is available, or interested in the set of challenges that these projects are trying to accomplish, and can we get them aligned towards those priorities? The other really great benefit here with thinking about this from the decentralized ecosystems perspective is that we don't want to be limited with what an ecosystem can achieve by just looking at the headcount constraints of a particular organization. And so there's a potential to achieve much more as an overall ecosystem if we are able to set network goals without thinking of headcount constraints. And then the last goal here is that we want to be able to create a system that is sustainable and scalable, especially as an ecosystem grows. And so the mechanisms that we've been leaning into are this idea of networked OKRs and milestone bounties. So networked OKRs are really just an open way to express priorities for an ecosystem. One kind of cute way I've been thinking of this is as a marketplace for high-skilled work. And really this is, you can imagine really anyone in an ecosystem that is a funder that deems some priority to be very important for the ecosystem overall can set an objective for the ecosystem, and any participant can work against that objective, and as they are doing so, earn rewards for participating in achieving an objective across the entire ecosystem. And so one of the things that's really important here are that these are, meaty, really crucial, big goals for an ecosystem. And it requires participation from a number of different individuals and groups in order to accomplish that particular objective. So that's networked OKRs. And so let's talk a little bit about milestone bounties. Milestone bounties are the very general definition for this concept is a reward that anyone can attach to complete a specific milestone, where a milestone really can be anything. A milestone could be a networked OKR, like we just mentioned. It could be a very specific project. It could be a multi-stage, multi-year roadmap, working towards advancing a particular KPI that some funder cares about. It really can be a number of different things, but one thing that's very important when we're talking about milestones in the context of orienting decentralized ecosystems is that they're not just small, narrowly scoped projects like bug and issue bounties, which is how most people think, I think today about bounties, but really milestones are intended to be sort of these like meaty, crucial projects that are really important to push an ecosystem in a valuable direction. And we're when we talk about milestone bounties, we're talking about a very broad swath of high impact activities. So it includes protocol research and implementation, building developer tooling, ecosystem development, and much more. And one of the core ideas here too, again, going back to this idea of a marketplace of OKRs or goals for an ecosystem, the idea is that anyone within an ecosystem can set and fund the bounties for that ecosystem, and anyone can work on bounties, on bounty milestones as well. And these are some use cases for milestone bounties, which I won't go into, but I'll send these slides out as well so folks can take a look at this in more detail later. So just jumping into a couple of case studies, which are, I think, really informative. And I know we just had Kevin on, so I'm sure he talked a lot about the amazing impact that the Gitcoin team has been able to accomplish and the ecosystem has been able to accomplish over the last few years. But I think these are really instructive because they sort of give a view into how these the loose structure of something like milestone bounties has been used in the past and where the potential could be for this type of idea going forward. So one quick case study here, HackerOne, I'm sure a lot of folks are familiar with. It's a platform where hackers can earn rewards for solving issue and bug bounties, specifically focused around security for the most part. And HackerOne was founded in 2012, I believe, and since its founding, it's awarded something like $82 million total in funding. It's mostly used by a lot of Web 2 companies and has pretty low penetration in Web 3. But one of the things that I think is really, really interesting about HackerOne is that a significant majority of hackers that are participating in bounties on the HackerOne platform are doing it because they're interested in learning new skills, and they're doing it because they think it will help them from a career growth and advancement perspective. So I think that that's like really interesting and inspiring when we think about also the potential for an open marketplace of high skilled work to attract new people into an ecosystem, provide them with an opportunity to learn new skills and develop a portfolio, and then from there use that as a launch pad to do more impactful and meaningful work within an ecosystem going forward. So that's HackerOne as one quick example. Also looking at Gitcoin, and I took a look at the Gitcoin results page, which is really inspiring. Folks should go and take a look at that. But it's really interesting to see that, across a number of Web3 ecosystems, Gitcoin has already funded something like almost 230,000 fundees across a number of different projects. And there are also like many different use cases for bounties and grants that Gitcoin supports. And it's been really interesting to see kind of the diversity here and how people are using Gitcoin for different types of projects. The other two case studies I wanted to quickly talk about are grants so far within the Protocol Labs ecosystem and Ethereum Foundation grants. So to date, and I believe this is over maybe the last like 3 or 4 years, it really hasn't been that long, but Protocol Labs has awarded over $70 million in grants over the last several years. And I think the very interesting thing about this is the grants start to look really big. So the average size, and again, of course, they're really different. It's like the distribution is not at all uniform, but the average grant in the Protocol Labs ecosystem over the last few years has been pretty big. We're starting to see, hundreds of thousands of dollars that are awarded in the average grant size. And the sorts of projects that have been awarded in our ecosystem over the last few years include really meaty big things like additional Filecoin implementations, really critical integrations into important partners like getting IPFS into browsers, and core services that are necessary for the ecosystem to really thrive, like pinning services and decentralized identity services and so on, cross-chain integrations, things like this. So it's, the projects are starting to become like really significant in terms of the scale and impact that they can have. And similarly, within the Ethereum Foundation, a lot of the grants that we've seen, they have been really massive, and it's also for really critical projects like additional implementations and so on, security audits, things like that. We've also been doing a number of interviews with folks across different ecosystems, and some of the things that have really jumped out are that well-structured grants and bounties can be extremely empowering and motivating for teams to, just have a focus and enough runway that they can go after some really critical network priorities and then just like be energized and go and accomplish those goals. Also, what I mentioned before with HackerOne, as an example, that these types of projects can be really impactful for new teams that are looking to enter an ecosystem that are really excited about the potential, but maybe don't have the legitimacy yet within the ecosystem to go after, to go and build like new products and feel confident that they will be successful. And so it can be a really powerful launch pad for new teams that are looking to enter an ecosystem as well. We've also seen a lot of grant funded teams and effectively what we're calling milestone bounty funded teams that have ended up growing and becoming really successful independent businesses. And also this type of structure can be really valuable to help orient an ecosystem around a particular set of goals that different funders think are really important. So we're still iterating on exactly what the structure of networked OKRs and milestone bounties will look like. We're running a number of experiments this quarter to dive deeper into this, but really the goal is for these mechanisms to become a highly effective means of decentralized work coordination in the Protocol Labs network in the short term, and then going forward in other ecosystems as well. And so some of the core KPIs that we have been focusing on are things like, how many teams have won these types of bounties, how many teams are able to sustain themselves primarily through bounty funding, how long does it take to matchmake between a published bounty or RFP and a fundee team, how valuable is this as, for people who are setting direction in ecosystems, how valuable is this for funders? It should be the case that funders love bounties because they help make amazing, useful things happen. So this is some of the stuff that we're really hoping to use to orient our project and see how successful this is. And just to kind of give you a view of where we are in the process right now, we're running several different projects that some of which are actually like core dev and core protocol upgrades, things like that through this process, some of which are a little bit more auxiliary dev tooling and things. So just trying to get across a number of different use cases. We're launching a number of milestone bounties this quarter, and we'll be shepherding them from start to finish. And in parallel, leveraging the learnings from these experiments and from conversations we're having with a number of other folks to design a V1 process and platform that we're going to be launching next year. So in summary, there's a broad set of experiments that people are running. I think this is such an exciting space, and we're really, really excited to get to participate in running some experiments ourselves. But yeah, this is, one area where we think it will be extremely valuable to help set priorities and direction for decentralized ecosystems in a way that feels really consistent with a lot of the values and ethos of Web3 and, just like the idea of marketplaces where anyone can participate and they're fully open. We think that that's a really powerful mechanism. And so we're really excited to lean into networked OKRs and milestone bounties and report back on the learnings from these initial experiments. And that's me. I don't know if I have enough time for questions, but if not, then feel free to reach out to me on Twitter, and always happy to chat about these ideas in more detail. Thank you.
Thanks, Pooja, for a look at the future of OKRs and networked incentive alignment. I don't think we have very much time for questions right now. There was one question about whether the presentation will be available, and I believe the answer to that is yes. And as Pooja mentioned, she'll be available to take questions at the Twitter handle that she shared. And she shared in the chat, yes, that the presentation will be made available. We'll get that posted. And I'd like to welcome our next speaker. Owen Cotton Barrett, is a research associate in the Future of Humanity Institute at the University of Oxford, focusing on decisions in the face of great uncertainty. He's an effective altruist, director of the research at the Center for Effective Altruism, and holder of a DPhil in mathematics. Owen will be speaking to us about impact certificates and impact markets, the benefit of markets in altruistic impact, and what's needed to achieve them. Welcome, Owen.
Hi, really happy to be here. Is that screen share okay?
Yes.
Great, yeah. So I'm going to talk about impact certificates and impact markets. I think that many of the original ideas here originally trace back to Paul Cristiano, and Dennis Drescher has recently been helping me work out some things. So this is a kind of relatively theory talk about how we could be reconceptualizing impact and how the doing of good things, we relate to that, and what types of things even can be tradable. But I think that there might be a lot of value on the table by getting a good system set up here. So what are we even talking about? Roughly, I'm thinking of impact is managing to change in the supply of a public or maybe private good. There's a couple of modifiers here. If you ask change, what does that's supposed to be changed relative to? The idea is that there's some kind of counterfactual world history where you didn't take a particular action. Mostly, I think that we can not bother too much with this, and we just have this intuitive notion of like, oh, you know, what do we mean by impact? And that'll flow through okay. But I think it's interesting to be able to bottom out what we mean if we need to. And then I also think that I'm regarding it as the responsibility for that change, and that the key notion is that you like do something good, and then the impact flows back to the person responsible. So that's the basic setup, and then maybe the kind of like an interesting question is, well, if this is a thing that belongs to people, often for things that belong to people, we assign people property rights over them. And they can say, oh, well, you know, I want to give this away. I want to assign this to somebody else. And then you can start building markets on top of that. And we can ask the question for impact, as we've defined it here, should we be able to give assignation rights and have people say, actually, this impact which was coming to me, I am passing on to another party. And if we do, then that could be the first step towards allowing markets in impact. Like impact as this slightly reified abstract notion. And I think that there are several possible benefits of having markets, and they're kind of the usual benefits, but transferred over to a new context. I think that several of these benefits we can get through mechanisms which don't make any reference to like reified impact. Like I think that I've put here as the first benefit, ex post evaluation of charitable work or other work that's aiming to be good, and prizes are a normal way of doing that. But I think that the reconceptualization can help to spot places where we can port over other market mechanisms, and there can be something useful about it. So yeah, the normal story for why ex post evaluation is better is that you have more information. Like you just get to see more. Oh, did that turn out well? Versus if you're restricted to funding things beforehand, then you have to go on the basis of, do people have a plausible story? And private information is like bites harder in that case. I think that, yeah, so this can allow for better integration of diffuse information, where somewhere before kind of a final price for some set, the marketplace allow whichever individuals have pertinent information as to the eventual value of something to get that information into the market by buying or selling, and the markets can be a good way of integrating that information. And then I think another potentially big deal is that it can incentivize excellence. If you have a system where markets can give big rewards to people who do things that are really good, then it incentivizes people to look for, hey, how could we do something that's great? And I think that just humans are often incentivized by things like getting recognition, but also getting rich. And there's a lot of energy that goes into, oh, how can we make a for-profit company that's going to make us rich? And I think that if we could get that same innovation and energy going into how can we do things where a for-profit model doesn't work, but we still want to be really ambitious and aim for big changes in the world, then this is something where markets and impact can be pretty helpful. So the basic conceit, which I'm going to illustrate through a metaphor here. And so the idea is, like, rather than just accepting the impact from a good action that you've done, and you in this case could be a person, or it could be an organization, or maybe it can be some other kind of entity, but you like intercept with a bottle, and you say, no, I'm not taking the impact for this. Instead, I'm going to put it into storage, and now it's a transferable unit which I can go and sell. Yeah, so you can think of this like an NFT for a particular good deed that has been done. And the metaphor with the bottles, the key step here is that owners can later open the bottle, kind of meaning that now whoever gets to drink it or whatever gets the impact that was originally bottled. And so if you have tokens, then at this point they would become untradeable. They would record who was attributed the associated impact. And maybe if people often think of NFTs as like a market in fine art, this might be thought of more like a market in fine wine. Ultimately, the value of the things is propped up by people wanting to consume them at some future point. So that's the basic idea. And then there's lots of reasons why this is pretty hard to get set up. One is that impact attribution is often implicit and it's complicated. You have a thing which a bunch of people have collaborated on, and it's just not clear who gets which amount of credit, and it's a mess to try and sort out. And that means that it's a mess for anybody to try and sell the associated impact, because the buyers don't really know what they're getting. I also think that right now we don't have good ways of recording anything there. And like the recording thing is we can deal with. And then finally, nobody cares. We don't have people who are saying, oh yeah, I really want to buy into these impact markets. There isn't the demand for it. So one other concept is I want to draw a distinction between impact certificates, which are the things I was representing by bottles, tokens denoting the rights to attribute the impact associated with some particular specified actions, and impact shares, which entitle the owners to a share of future stream of impact certificates from whatever the owned entity is. I mean, impact shares are just kind of shares, but in the impact context. I just wanted to draw this distinction because I think that sometimes when I've heard people talking about ideas here, the two can be blurred, and I think that conceptually they're distinct, conceptually they're both useful, and I expect that if we ever do get to the point where we're building mature ecosystems around these, we will be using both. So what would be needed to set up impact markets? I think there's maybe three central things. There's bookkeeping. We want some way of recording, okay, who owns the impact associated with particular actions, such that people can trust however that bookkeeping process is done. I think that kind of connected to the bookkeeping is you want some basic way to validate that the records of the things that are being written down line up with real world impact that they are supposed to represent. You don't want somebody just claiming, hey, I did this amazing thing when and getting paid for it when it's kind of essentially just fraudulent. I think that the second is needing social buy-in. You need buy-in from lots of different parties. You want buy-in from whichever bodies are potentially doing the good deeds, which would be bottled and issued as certificates. You need buy-in from marketplaces to facilitate the purchase of these. But I think, and maybe buy-in from if you want to get benefits of speculators and markets, you maybe want the buy-ins from speculators. But I think that the key thing is from the ultimate buyers, those people who are have an interest in eventually consuming the bottled impact. And so here I might think of this as substituting in for when people currently give money to charities or other good causes, and saying, well, hey, maybe they would prefer to buy impact. If you're giving money to a charity, I think that the social contract is such that implicitly you are buying some impact from the charity. You're saying, well, I want to give this money because I trust that it will be used for good things. And this is saying, well, there's a different setup where you could still buy the good deeds, but you get to find out exactly what you've bought rather than doing it all on trust that something good will happen. Also, if these things get implemented legally, I think that the point of consumption of the certificate should be tax deductible. There's a bunch of questions of how you can actually set that up, but that's the stage which is very tightly analogous to making donations. And then there's a bunch of infrastructure that one would want to have in a mature ecosystem helping to support this. I think maybe the most key elements here are the ones, 3 certificate auditors. You want some bodies which do the work of investigating certificates to check out and say, hey, yeah, this is legit. The thing which it is claiming happened really did happen. Because if that is left to each individual buyer to do, then that presents a massive amount of overhead on the market and is likely to make purchasers unwilling to enter. And maybe you also early on want to have certificate issuers which help to facilitate that process. It's also possible that you could set it up in such a way that people self-issue. You might want to combine 3 and 4 here. You might want to have some relatively trusted bodies which arise as, hey, we will issue certificates and we will develop a reputation which people will get trust in, that we do a good job of auditing the things that we issue certificates for, and therefore any certificate issued by us can be trusted. But that could also just live as a layer on top of this. I'm imagining that a mature market would have competition between multiple different auditors and trying to audit things efficiently without spending too much resources, but also to a high enough standard that it establishes a high degree of trust. And then there's a question of, okay, well, if we would eventually need all of these things, what is the critical path towards setting up markets here? And of the 3, bookkeeping, social buy-in, and infrastructure, I really think that social buy-in is the key aspect. We want people using this, and then that will, the more that there's demand and people using it, the more that will drive everything else being built to meet that demand. But I think that bookkeeping and some aspects of infrastructure are helpful for facilitating that social buy-in. If there's a clean implementation, if people feel like, oh yeah, okay, it's very obvious what's happening, and I feel trust in the technical way that this has been set up, then that can facilitate the social buy-in. But I don't think that it's the only part of social buy-in which matters. I outlined earlier why I am excited about impact markets, what I think that the big upsides here are. I also think that there are a number of potential downsides, and I'm just going to highlight a handful which seem to me like the biggest issues. One is that at least on a naive implementation of this, impact markets could incentivize likely harmful charities. And the reason is that there's an asymmetry where if a charity does a bunch of work, I'm saying charity, but it could just be actions which somebody is doing where they're hoping to make money by selling the impact. If somebody does something that's very risky and that there's some chance of getting extremely bad outcomes and some chance of getting extremely good outcomes, the value of the associated certificates is generally capped below by 0. It's, zero is what you get if nobody in the market is willing to pay for this. And this could mean that if there's a high tail upside, that people are incentivized to take those actions, even if the expected value of the thing is strongly negative. Now, this isn't a problem which is unique to impact markets. In general, it's a question of negative externalities, and there's a question of how society should coordinate to try to tax negative externalities or otherwise incentivize people to not create them. But I do think that it can bite, that the issue can bite particularly cleanly here, and so it's worth some extra attention. Yeah, it's worth pointing out that you might think, well, markets generally let people send a price signal that they think something is overvalued by shorting a stock. But because the eventual resolution here can't go below 0, that doesn't provide a direct way for markets to say that they think that something is actually strongly net negative. So this could be worked on, and maybe there are some interesting, innovative solutions which could work here. This could be regarded as, Paul Cristiano pointed this out to me, part of the general problem that impact markets, as we're currently conceiving them, don't solve the problem of moral trade, where you, meaning that you fail to reach Pareto superior outcomes, which everybody would prefer, because they're nobody's kind of first preferred option via trade. I think that there's also issues about changing the incentives otherwise on people pursuing good work, and it might push people towards things which are easier to turn into impact that can be sold, or easier to or to put more work into marketing and explaining why this thing that you did in the past was really good. Of course, this is to some extent a duel of issues which already come up for charities, where they can be incentivized to pursue work that they think will sell well, and that they'll be able to persuade people to give them money to do rather than for having done, and to put a lot of money into fundraising for their future work. So there are traps there. It's not, I don't have a particular reason to think that they are larger than the current issues, but could be worth further investigation. And in general, there's a kind of like hesitance of, well, this could be a large shake-up in how charitable work is funded, and some people have been thinking about that some, but we definitely haven't worked through all of the implications of that, and maybe there are unknown effects of how it affects of the impacts on the ecosystem of moving to this system. So this one makes me particularly interested in experiments which have some ability to say, okay, no, let's close up shop. This seems like it's not going in a productive direction, but there are complications of how that interacts with incentivizing trust from people. Okay, and so then in the last part of the talk, I want to talk about what we're calling Verici 0.1, the numbering system and name is to suggest that this really is kind of early stage thinking. And the idea here is that if we want functional markets and we want people having a lot of trust in those markets, I think that depends on people having a good understanding of how the markets work. And if I go and I try to buy a stock on an exchange, I don't need to have gone and looked into all of the legal contracts that are supporting the particular type of stock that I am buying, and to check. I can just have like some generalized trust in the exchange, and that the thing is regulated in some way which stops them selling 50 times as much stock as actually exists, etc. And I think that there are other ways. Well, if we just set up common expectations of how things are going to work, that could be pretty helpful. And so this is my current best guess for the social norms that we should try to set up as the rules of markets, impact markets, if we were doing experiments today to establish impact markets. And you know, I'm sure there'll be mistakes in here, but I really think it is worth trying to, if we're making attempts, to start with our best guesses. And so there are a few different properties here. The first is verifiability that impact has occurred. I think that it is helpful if there is gatekeeping around the market, which makes it clear to market entrants that things which are on sale there have passed some level of auditing that they really happened. I think that it's also really important to have clear ownership of rights and not to try and sell impact in cases where there's too much ambiguity over ownership rights. I think that we want some kind of consumption mechanism, this equivalent of unbottling the impact, treating it like fine wine rather than fine art. And I think that we want to set things up in such a way that they are incremental and that this is acceptable to existing interests in the markets. And so I'm now going to say a bit more about each of these four. And yeah, they don't yet address most of the risks I mentioned before. These are more rules where I think creating common knowledge around this would help give the best shot of creating healthy markets, which a lot of people are actually happy buying into. Yeah, I mean, the basic issue with verifiability is that it's hard to facilitate trust from buyers if people can't verify whether the impact has happened. As a matter of UI and making the process relatively seamless for buyers, I think it's helpful if there is some relatively trusted zone where they can operate in and they can say, well, now I'm just going to look at what the things are claiming, rather than thinking anytime I need to make a purchase here, I need to go and do a massive amount of due diligence. And there are various different ways that this could be set up. It could be that one has a marketplace and one accredits various different auditors, and then buyers coming in can do filters on, hey, I only want to see things which have been approved by this kind of auditor. Yeah, so the issue of rights, I think, is interesting. I think that there are lots of cases where say I work on a project with someone, and then we say, and then we're like, oh, well, that did well, and now I want to go and sell the impact for my work on this, this can create adversarial dynamics and incentives between the people who were the collaborators, because now they're each incentivized to produce a public narrative for why their contributions were particularly important and other people's contributions were relatively unimportant. And I think that that could be pretty unhealthy and destructive. And so I think that we want to avoid having that. And often I think that the way to do this will be via explicit agreements among collaborators about how impact will be shared, similar to the advice for startup founders to agree a share of equity very early on in the process. So society has to grapple with this in various cases, and there are a bunch of situations where ownership already ends up pretty clear, and like society has allocated a standard answer to this. If somebody owns a company 100%, then presumably they own all of the impact certificates that that company is generating. Similarly for copyright, and if there is impact associated coming from the copyrighted material, by default, I think that that should go to the copyright owner. I think that one can specify clear, explicit divisions, and in general, if you're doing something by yourself, it's pretty simple. Relatively unclear cases include donating to a charity. And so a challenge for getting impact markets off the ground is that I think that right now charities often couldn't in good faith issue certificates of impact because there is significant ambiguity as to how much the rights for the good deeds that they have done lies with the charity rather than the donors to the charity. If they have some kind of explicit expectation setting with the donors, then I think one can clear that up. I think you get a similar thing with people who are employed by a charity, where I think that there's an implicit social contract that they are doing that in part because they regard their work as contributing to the good that the charity is doing, but I think it's ambiguous as to how big their contribution is. And just lots of other activities where there's a collaboration, but there's been no explicit discussion about division of credit. Then consumption, I was pointing to earlier. I think that this has a couple of different benefits. One is that it helps to provide social proof that there are ultimate buyers interested, and these buyers are in fact removing tokens from circulation. And so I think that this should support trust in underlying value of tokens, because it builds up a track record and lessen fears of bubbles. I also think that it helps with the final property of being incremental, because it provides continuity with the current practice. In the current practice, implicitly, when somebody is doing something good, they're just consuming the impact immediately. And this is saying, hey, there's another operation that they could take where they say, no, we're going to hold off on that and bottle it and put it into a certificate, and then maybe that can be sold. But if they don't do that, we're just in the status quo world. And I think that that continuity is helpful, because if you imagined something without a property like this, then there could be a bunch of people saying, hey, does this impact markets thing mean that now lots of charities need to be paid again for the work they did? Didn't we already give them money for that ahead of time? And I think that that could create bad feeling and could make parties who, like the parties who would be giving money here, somewhat disinclined to engage with the process for fear of being exploited. Yeah, so this is the basic principle behind incremental. I think that at every stage we want to set things up so that there's just incentives for people to come in and start using this, and that nobody is directly losing out as a result, in order to avoid creating kind of entrenched opposition to the system. I think that this can be totally, I think this is totally achievable, and I think that it's normally the good pathway to go for if you want a new economic technology to take over. Okay, so I'll wrap up there, just to and then we can take a few questions. And the final comment is this: yeah, I'm kind of hopeful that impact markets could be a big thing and could transform how a lot of analysis is done and a lot of incentives in the ecosystem of people trying to do good things. And I'm really interested to see how they develop. And I think that this kind of conference is great because the people at conferences like this are exactly the right people to be going and building experiments.
Well, thanks, Owen, for a comprehensive look at markets and altruistic impact that acknowledges the risks as well as the upsides. And we have some time for questions, and I know there are a few in the chat. If you don't mind, I'll surface them here. The first question is from actually another one of our forthcoming presenters, Andrew Critch. And he asks, Owen, I know you've thought about Shapley value to reward counterfactual impacts, like making a good attempt that falls short of someone else's. I think having people engage in public discourse about Shapley value attributions could really help reward people who almost made it and thereby incentivize more attempts to do good. Could you comment on whether something like that seems good or what challenges it would raise?
Yeah, okay, great question. I think that the main challenge that I'm worried about is this thing that I alluded to about trying to sell impact when there's unclear ownership of the rights. I think that it could create adversarial incentives for people to overstate their contributions and understate those of others. However, I see like the prize that you're pointing at, and I think maybe there could be something good there. I feel more like, oh, this is worth more thought, not I know how to make this work. I'm in the moment mildly pessimistic about getting it to work in a straightforward way, but there are lots of possibly more complex implementations which might dodge many or all of the issues.
Thank you. And I'll ask another question. This one's from Juan. Owen, do you think bottling and consuming is required to make impact certificates work? Why can't consumption be a time bandwidth oriented, i.e. the current holder of the certificate, like with art markets?
Yeah, so I do think that I think that this is a pretty significant bifurcation in how you want to conceive of and set up impact markets. I think that the world where you say you treat it like the art markets and you say the current holder is deriving value makes some sense, but it loses significant amounts of cleanness relative to the one where which has consumption, and I think it may lose significant amounts of the benefit. So some of the cleanness that it loses is you can no longer just look at something and say, oh, how good was this as a way of informing how much you should care about buying it. You sort of want to look at, well, how much of the value has already depreciated, and you're going to be baking in some expectations of, well, how much society seems to care about this thing, but it reduces the ability to say, well, we want to use this as a kind of like consequentialist mechanism. I think that it also probably makes it significantly harder to set up in a way that gives you anything like tax deductibility for buying these things. I think that for my understandings of like the principles of how tax deductibility is supposed to work, not anchored on the laws of any one country, the idea is when you give money to a thing for which you do not receive like material benefit, that's the point at which you should be given the tax deduction. And I think that the fine art model of impact certificates never has such a moment, and therefore it is hard to work out how the tax deduction should work. I think that the version with consumption does have such a moment, and that's better. And then I also think that the fine art model makes it harder to incentivize profit-motivated speculators and analysts to enter into the market, because in this model, you expect by default most certificates to depreciate with time. Maybe there'll be some which go up in value because people just realize how great the thing was, and so you can still get some of this, but essentially there will be a significant tax on anyone who is trying to enter into this from the perspective of, well, I'm not going to be the person ultimately like buying these and wanting to hold the impact, but I can add good information to the system, and I can earn a profit for doing that, and so I'll come and help things out. And those people are just a bit more pushed out of the system, which means that I expect to get less of the benefits of relatively efficient markets out of that. All of that said, you totally can do a version without consumption. There's also the issue of maybe you're more likely to just get bubbles in the version without consumption because there's nothing propping up the price of things. But the original proposal for certificates of impact by Paul Christiano and Katja Grace didn't have consumption. I feel less optimistic about it doing really good things, but maybe I'm wrong.
Thank you for ending on a very humble note there. I think we have time for one more question, just a quick one from Evan Miyazono. Owen, do you know of anyone building the market you described? Are you planning to? And what support would be most helpful?
I am personally not planning to, but I know Dennis Drescher, who helps me with some of the thinking about the Verici standards, has been thinking about what would be needed to get a fairly minimal implementation of this set up on top of NFTs in some existing chains. I haven't touched base with him recently enough to know what the current status of that is. I think maybe we were thinking, oh, we should publish the blog post on Verici, and we haven't quite got that.
Great. Well, we would love to keep apprised of this research. There's some excitement in the chat about this idea. And now it's time. So I'd like to thank Owen again for his time and mention that now it's time for our first coffee break. We have about 30 minutes. And so I'll see you again in a little bit less than 30 minutes at 1910 Coordinated Universal Time when we reconvene to hear from Raoul Jordan. Thanks, and I'll see you then. Welcome back to the Funding the Commons Virtual Summit. For those of you just joining us, this event is centered on new models of public goods funding. I'd like to welcome our first speaker in this session, Raul Jordan. Raul is co-founder of Prismatic Labs and an Ethereum core developer, and he's going to tell us the story of a network-funded team, how Prismatic Labs developed Prism and other public goods using new funding mechanisms. Welcome, Raul.
Thank you so much for the invitation. I'm glad to be here. Okay, great. So I'll get started. Let me share my screen. Okay, everything good to go?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Great. So thank you, everyone. My name is Raul Jordan. I am co-founder of Prismatic Labs, one of the developers that worked on Ethereum proof of stake and still working on bringing that to the entirety of the Ethereum network happening next year. So a lot of big things are happening, and really it wouldn't be possible were it not for the continued support from the Ethereum community, especially I'd say the Ethereum Foundation that has put together a very aggressive campaign towards public goods funding. We've been very grateful to, as one of the earliest grant recipients from the Ethereum Foundation. And really that relationship that we built over the long term helped us really break into the industry, bring in new talent, and also just give back and try to make an impact into this technology. So I'll chat about kind of our story, how we got here, why we did it, some of the lessons learned about what works and maybe what doesn't work in an open public goods funding environment, and wrapping up with some tips for other teams that might be thinking about going down this route. So, my team, Prismatic Labs, we basically are fully grant funded, and we created this project called Prism, which is currently the most popular Ethereum 2.0 implementation. So today, Ethereum is upgrading to this massive multi-year roadmap where a lot of things will change. Namely, we're going to be transitioning off proof of work, and instead going into a more environmentally friendly and more robust implementation of proof of stake. So we've been working on this since the start of 2018. We started in a completely grassroots manner. So we assembled only from basically open source volunteers that we found on the internet. Today, we shipped Prism Ethereum proof of stake phase 0 in December 1st of 2020. And at the time of writing, there's probably over $25 billion worth of ETH at stake today. So a non-trivial amount of people are actually staking on mainnet today and trusting our software and trusting other team software with this big responsibility. And we wouldn't have imagined really reaching this point when we first got started on this idea. So kind of why did we start, right? To us, really, Ethereum is one of the most interesting blockchain projects. It has the biggest developer community and really feels like a place where developers can thrive. Everyone that we met in the beginning was super welcoming. Like, most important conversations were done in the open, and we felt that we could really come in and and build and do something with everyone's support. Basically, it was at the start of 2018 when really a lot of builders were looking into Ethereum from the promise of its technology, and everyone was talking about what the technology is missing to really make it big. Everyone was talking about how scalability is not here yet, how we want to move to proof of stake, how come it hasn't happened yet, and really all these problems that people were talking about, and a lot of developers on the sidelines were curious about, but never really had an opportunity to tackle, right? So I was kind of asking that question to myself. I was like, why is really nobody working on this? Who is building out scalability? Who is building out proof of stake? And the answer was a few people were interested in it, but I couldn't really find any serious effort or push towards doing this, right? So I started voicing a message on different places, such as Reddit, Discord, GitHub, and just asking, hey, does anyone want to work together on something like this, right? I was really fortunate to find, some of the core members of my team from the very beginning that were just interested and thinking the same things. Really, one thing that we notice is that when there are difficult problems, there will always be really great people willing to tackle them. And I think that Web3 offers this kind of this foundation where people can come together and you can meet people you would never imagine working with and really work towards a common mission. So I sent out this email kind of back in the day, and kind of that's what led us to where we are today. At the time, basically, the only thing that existed regarding ETH2 was this FAQ that Vitalik put together. It was called the sharding FAQ. So it explains kind of like what would a scalable Ethereum layer 1 look like. And at the time, there was kind of like, there were a lot of fuzzy concepts. Nobody really wrote this out in like a more like a formal specification. And this is what we had to work with, right? We were like, okay, there are a lot of ideas floating around. How do we actually do some work? How do we actually put something together? What was really awesome is that, our team, we started building out a prototype of this FAQ. And at the same time, this is when the opportunity really came to us. We noticed that in January 2nd of 2018, the Ethereum Foundation announced that they're doing, a development subsidy program, essentially a public grants program. The idea was that they think it's really important to outsource a lot of the difficult problems in core development to the community, right? Like teams from the community could apply and work on solving, on basically providing scaling proposals to the Ethereum blockchain. This was awesome news. It was like really one of the first time that we had, a grant program of this size really being done in such a transparent manner. So of course, we applied. We were very fortunate to be one of the first recipients of the program. And we did so because we had a prototype to show. A lot of us were just volunteering and doing this for fun, and we kind of had something basic to show at the time. And really this allowed us to continue and pursue this as a serious effort. So basically, as of December 1st of 2020, we shipped the first phase of ETH proof of stake. It was approximately 20,000 validators, each with 32 ETH on mainnet. Today, a large amount of ETH is at stake, but still only a small amount of the ETH supply. And full proof of stake to Ethereum is coming in Q1 of 2022. So it's really been quite a long journey, and here we are. Cool. So how has, I guess, the grants program in Ethereum evolved over time? One thing that's really interesting is that you'll find a super broad ecosystem that grants support. You'll find everything from like really hardcore cryptography to something as basic but impactful as translating educational materials for into different languages. I think that Ethereum really does offer an opportunity for everyone, and the fact that there is no aspect of the whole stack that is not covered by the grants ecosystem makes it really special. I think that anywhere from individuals that want to make an impact and break in to more serious teams that have very interesting proposals are able to receive funding from the Ethereum Foundation and other organizations to really make this happen. So to us, that was super encouraging, and just seeing that grow over time made things just that much more rewarding and interesting. Of course, grants are not guaranteed. So one of the big challenges of working basically as a fully funded grant team is that you don't have a guarantee that there will be a next one, right? It's not like you're receiving, it's not like you're raising a seed round and you're on tradition, going to a Series A round or raising money in that way, or for example, making revenue, for example, like there may not be a next one, which I think is a double-edged sword. I guess in some ways it encourages teams to really try their best to make sure that they, they work and they meet the milestones. But of course, there is no guarantee. One other thing is that retaining talent can be difficult. Of course, like we see how much Web3 popularity has skyrocketed over the past few years, and really having people stay focused and stay working on a grant-funded project can be difficult compared to alternatives that exist in the market today. I do think, however, that some of the hardest problems problems and teams that are working on them have a really good moat to retain talent as some of the best talent wants to continue working on difficult problems. So based on our experience, here is what I would say I consider as important elements of successful public funding ecosystems. And I think that this is from the perspective of being a grantee and also from what I see as being an effective grantor. So some of the elements I believe are important are being value driven, right? So for the grantor perspective, say you're creating a public goods funding environment, like you think hard about why are you doing this, right? Why is it important? A lot of the times it's, is it to actually solve some very difficult problems in the space and outsource that to the community? Or is it just for the sake of building community, as an end in itself, right? Another aspect is there enough funding for folks to make a full-time leap into building Web3? Third, I think empowering newcomers to learn and make an impact is super important. To be honest, a lot of us, when we first got started in Ethereum, we were pretty new to crypto. I think a lot of us, we had a software engineering background. We had worked in Web2 companies or startups, but it was the first time we were learning a lot of the jargon and terminology that was being thrown around in core development, right? And even more amazing is that even within a few months that we're working on this, we were as deep as you can possibly go. We were working with some of the existing Ethereum researchers and core devs, at a research summit, chatting about the roadmap of the project. So really knowing that you have this huge welcoming environment to newcomers was just was very refreshing, right? And fourth here is we believe that a really good public goods funding ecosystem encourages teams to tackle the hardest problems, right? So for example, giving agency. We're opening up grants to this super difficult technical problem, right? Can you guys apply and do it? I think is very special. And compared to for example, just outsourcing some tooling or some application layer work to grants. Part two is on the grantee side. I think it's also very important to build long-term incentives for them. It's very important to have a long-term game where they keep shipping really good quality work. They keep getting recognized and they keep getting supported. And they also have some incentives where that multiply beyond just getting a cash salary. So if their work is impactful enough to really push the technology forward, right? Both the grantor and the grantee should win from the collaboration. We believe that another important aspect, which could be a little bit controversial, is we think that healthy competition here is super important, and a grant system that encourages that, stands to win a lot from it. So, for example, by opening up a difficult problem to a team and to multiple teams, you can have different teams competing based on merit on the best solution. And I think that's a really good way to add kind of pressure in an open source ecosystem, and also find the optimal approach. It also helps weed out, maybe teams that might not be as serious about working on something versus teams that really want to solve a problem, right? And third, I believe a healthy ecosystem also encourages the teams to find sustainable revenue beyond grants, right? So grants are not forever. What can they do beyond that? And I think setting them up for success on that regard is really critical. So what is it like to build out a team that is fully grant funded? As mentioned early on, I think a lot of grants exist to support individuals, but they don't really offer what's needed to build a full team of engineers, right? So especially if you want to, nerd snipe a bunch of engineers from top tier companies, you're gonna have a really hard time. I think you have to approach recruiting differently. One thing it is interesting though, is that milestone-based grants offer a path towards growing a team that's based on merit. So if you have actual milestones you're targeting, and you have very clear, delineated, grants for each milestone, then the team has a direction. The team has something to aim for. And as mentioned previously, I think that the best talent really wants to work with like-minded people on hard problems. So I think using that to your advantage in recruiting is very important. We've been very lucky that every time we put out a notice for recruiting, we get some, amazing individuals that, we would never have imagined would apply for us if we were just working, say, on let's say a traditional startup, right? Just the quality of people is really amazing, and the quality of people that's out there is really amazing. Additionally, empowering newcomers is something that is underrated, I think. Public goods funding would benefit a lot from being accompanied by mentorship. So having apprenticeship from top tier developers is a great way to onboard talent. I believe the Ethereum Foundation recently launched a core developer apprenticeship program where they have a legendary ETH dev, Piper Merriam, that basically mentors basically a cohort of people that apply to this program to learn everything there is about the core blockchain infrastructure, how to write code for it, where to contribute. And awesome is that some of those graduates from the first cohort already have received offers of employment in the industry. So these are people that just came in knowing next to nothing, and now they're, we're minting new core devs, with these programs. So additionally, I think encouraging teams to apply to the hardest problems is a really huge deal. I think that grantors have the incentive to tackle the hardcore parts of their project in-house. So say you have some breakthrough innovation, right? You're gonna probably want to build that yourself. However, outsourcing to grantees offers really good benefits, right? If you encourage the community to build the infrastructure of your protocol, that leads to further decentralization, and that's very special, right? Like in ETH2, for example, we have 5 teams in production today that have an implementation of the protocol, not just Prism, right? We have teams that, that write their implementation in different programming language. They come from different perspectives, different countries, different motivation. And I think that's really nice. Like it's a protocol that has many implementations. And when you outsource something like that to the community, you stand a lot to gain from it. So yeah, so there are, these are some of the teams that are currently in production today. There's one not pictured is Lodestar, which is a JavaScript client that is doing a lot of good work for browser tools for Ethereum in the next generation of the blockchain. And I think it's very important to build long-term incentives. So we want to make sure that their work is recognized and impactful. As a grantee, that can make a world of difference. If you know that basically what you're doing, the community appreciates it. They see you. They see the work that you put out, and they can actually see the results along the way. That's massive, and especially having an endorsement from the grantors and the people that are funding this team is makes a big difference. But of course, we need better incentives than just cash. Although cash does go a long way, I think some of the ideas that are going to be presented today are extremely interesting. I'm not nearly as qualified to talk about them, but I know there's been a lot of discussion about how to best allocate money from DAO treasuries, how to do vested token schedules, like native token vesting offered by the project's foundation. I think is a really great way to align these long-term incentives. And we built out incentive models over the last 100 years of corporations and startups, but we have far more transparent methods now with Web3 that we should be utilizing more. So I'll leave that to the other speakers, of course. And one more thing is you want to foster healthy competition in a public goods environment. So I think for us in the beginning, when we first started, there were almost 10 teams doing the same exact thing, right? So like that was a really good push for us to work harder and to really ship faster and do things differently. By doing this, I think you get a very strong system where different solutions come to a similar problem, and you can adopt parts from both. You can also have teams that you also have an external driver for teams to compete and do better, right? Instead of just knowing that if you do put in some baseline of work, you'll get the next grant milestone, knowing that there is no guarantee of the next grant milestone because there are so many other great people. That adds some layer of pressure that I do think is important for having a team really grow. And finally, we want them to become sustainable, right? So we want to, grant funding is not forever. It's important to continue retaining the talent and helping building out the promise of the project in the first place. So I'll wrap this up and then it opens up some questions. But for some teams out there that are considering, applying for grants, is really consider what are the problems that you care about the most. Think about long-term plays. So like, if I work on this major problem, right, I might not see results until 2 to 3 years from now. But once I do, it'll be massive. Seek the hardest problems and you'll find motivated individuals to join you, and really seek opportunities for mentorship. And ask if the grant program you're applying to offers this. I think these are things that will be net multipliers for your career if you are breaking into Web3 and trying to work in like public goods ecosystems. Great, so I'll leave it with my contact info. We'd love to open it up to any questions from the audience. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Raul, for going into the elements of building a public goods funding system, from creating incentives to building a team to empowering newcomers. I think we have time for one question. We'll go with Decentralist Dan. Asks, do you see teams building public goods being able to fund development by staking their grant funding on ETH2, and using rewards for funding into the future?
Good question. I think like putting up your grant funding, like at risk, it could be a gray area. I think we, for example, definitely stake a lot of our ETH. I think the team personally does. I think, but there are of course some conditions on grants, right? You can't just like use all your grant funding to go and gamble on DeFi or do other stuff like that. So you have to be careful. You have to make sure you maintain a sustainable runway for your team and make sure that you have enough to sustain yourself. But I do think that, like I said, native token vesting allocations, having incentives built into native tokens is really important. Like knowing that, if we succeed, then ETH staking succeeds, and therefore Ethereum succeeds, is a really great way to align our incentives. And really the best way to do that is by holding the coin, by staking the coin, Like I said, we do that. Like the majority of what I own is staked on ETH, and like I'm not afraid to admit it because I'm working on it, and I think it's the ultimate skin in the game. So yeah.
Thanks again, Raul. Next, we'll hear from Miles Jennings and Marta Belcher. Miles is general counsel at Andreessen Horowitz Crypto, previously a partner at Latham & Watkins, focusing on startups in heavily regulated sectors, including life sciences and crypto. And Marta is general counsel at Protocol Labs. Miles and Marta are doing a superhero team up to discuss the challenges and opportunities of creating sustainable, profitable public goods projects. They'll be tackling the question, how can public goods be profitable? Welcome, Miles and Marta.
Thank you so much for that introduction. I am so excited to be here today to talk about public goods funding with Miles Jennings. And we're really hoping to get in depth here with details like designs for impact evaluators, grant structures, decentralized funding protocols, and really how we can implement these things in stable and long-term, successful and compliant ways. So audience members, please feel free to put questions into the ETH Global TV chat. We'll be taking those later on, but I'm gonna jump in. And Miles, I'd love to just first hear your thoughts on, what are some of the issues that are really facing DAO token grant programs?
Yeah, thanks, Marta. So, I think that right now we're in a pretty, unprecedented time in terms of SEC focus on the industry and looking at decentralization and, what it actually means to be decentralized. There was an enforcement action in August around, a protocol that would often be referred to as a DINO, decentralized in name only. And so I think it's becoming more critical and important than ever to really kind of, ensure that all the frameworks that are put in place with respect to, DAOs and protocols and networks are done in the most decentralized manner. And I think that, from a decentralization program perspective, I think that grant programs are really a significant challenge. One good question to ask is just, are most DAO grant programs profitable? And I think that the answer to that is likely no in just many cases. We talked to a lot of portfolio companies who have decentralized and now are part of DAOs, and one of they really see kind of two main issues, right? First, finding and getting the DAO to select programs that or recipients of grants is very challenging because at the end of the day, it's hard to draw a direct line of connection between the value of the token or the features that are added to the grants that are given out. And as a result of that, you often see a lot of tragedy of the commons where a bunch of token holders just don't vote or don't really participate. And so getting them to do the amount of work that's required to really pick the programs that are going to help the most is a challenge. And then making sure that they pick the right people to work on those grant programs is a significant challenge. There are any number of rent seekers out there that will take grants and then not really deliver. And it's a challenge for DAOs to have legal agreements in place to actually hold those people accountable for for the money that they've been delivered. So as a result of that, one of the solutions that we've seen a lot of protocols and networks use is that they've rolled out sub DAOs to administer grant programs, and obviously that then kind of applies a more centralized framework to the distribution of grants. And if you extrapolate that out, I mean, with current programs, I don't think that you would really argue that the success of a protocol or network is really dependent on its grant program. But if you extrapolate out, 5-10 years from now, when we have, potentially more concentrated power within, certain networks and certain protocols, that, the majority of their ongoing development work is going to be done through potentially through a grant program if things don't change. And as a result of that, you then start becoming, start running into potential issues under securities laws, because if there is, if the success of the protocol or network is really dependent on the, success of the grant program, then the SEC could argue that securities law should apply, because the information that the, grant makers or the grant recipients have at that point, could be, significantly important, and that could allow them to kind of manipulate the market and kind of, harm investors. So as a result of that, I think if you extrapolate out, grant programs and growing and greater kind of concentration within networks and protocols, I think that you could find that you ultimately run into trouble with respect to securities laws. It's also just a very it's kind of a backward approach to the problem or the solution of decentralization, right? You're kind of setting the decentralization at the top of the funnel, which makes it difficult to, again, make decisions and kind of organize. Whereas if you flipped it and, you reward at the DAO level at the end, right, you allow much more concentration at the bottom of the funnel, where you have teams that are really hyper-focused on solving certain problems and potentially receiving rewards. The last thing I'd say on this, right, is that one of the other challenges with respect to, DAOs and grant programs is just legal liability risks. People are doing a lot of work in the industry trying to figure out, how do we protect DAOs? How do we wrap them with legal entity structures? Some people think that that's not in line with the ethos of decentralization and blockchain in particular. But at the end of the day, the assets of investors and founders, live in the real world. And as a result of that, they need protection there. And so, it would surprise people, right? But a grant recipient could go out, buy a gun and shoot someone, and the DAO could be held liable for that. And so ultimately, not having liability protection in place is going to, put these DAOs at risk. And if we, envision a world in Web3 where, everything is governed by these decentralized autonomous organizations, they're going to need legal liability protection in order to really be able to, deliver to their constituents.
Yeah, and I know you've written on that topic, and just to sort of follow up on that, what do you think the solution is there in terms of legal liability?
So, I mean, I think that there's a lot of different options, right? There are, there are foreign structures, foundations in Cayman Islands where you can, essentially set up a board in the Cayman Islands, and then the DAO can direct that board to do things, including, update the protocol or the network, or, make grant awards to individuals. I think that there's an inherent centralization issue there, right? Because obviously you're now, putting a gatekeeper in between what the DAO can, does and what the foundation does. And as a result, there is some centralization. On top of that, a lot of people within the industry don't like the idea that they can't rely on trustless systems in order to, operate. And obviously when you go off chain, you are introducing trust. So, we're trying to find structures in the US. There are, non-stock corporations. There are UNAs, which are unincorporated nonprofit associations. And, there are potential trust structures. And then you can also kind of amalgamate and combine several of these to layer in protections. Certainly the potential to achieve limited liability is out there. And I think that, it's really a facts and circumstances analysis, but we really would like to see more DAOs kind of moving in that direction, because as Web3 grows, the need for this is just going to be stronger and stronger.
Yeah, and so I'd love to follow up on one of the points you've made a couple times about decentralization, and sort of shift to thinking about how could retrospective public goods funding really facilitate greater decentralization?
Yeah, so this was the kind of, I have to admit, the first time I read the Optimism and Vitalik piece, I didn't kind of fully grasp it. I was cynical in thinking that, oh, well, that's not really going to work, because ultimately, like, who's gonna work to, not know what the ultimate reward is, or know that they're actually going to get it. And I didn't realize at the time, right, that really this is the most decentralized approach that you can take to actually funding ongoing development. And in that regard, it's quite genius. By deferring the assessment and awarding of contributions, DAOs can reduce the determination burden and incentivize an open marketplace of ideas and participants, right? And so really you're encouraging competition, which decreases the risk of information disparity, and it decreases the risk that you're centralized. And while overall that structure lacks the inherent efficiency of centralization, right? I think that all of us are kind of true believers in this stuff, because we think that the efficiencies of centralization can be outweighed by the free marketplace of ideas and competition that spurns the growth of more powerful tools. I've heard just listening in today, right? I've heard people talk about like examples, from history, and I think my favorite one is the British Longitude Awards, right? So in the 1700s, the British were, and I mean, basically everyone in Europe was trying to solve, how to be able to measure longitude at sea, which was becoming more and more of a problem because of the extended journeys that ships were taking. And so this is exactly what they did. They created a reward system for people to solve this problem. And as a result of creating that reward system, investors started investing in entrepreneurs that were developing systems to try and solve this stuff. And like, lo and behold, the longitude problem was solved. And so it's just a fascinating example of how this actually works. And nothing is like more decentralized than that process.
Yeah. And so I would love to talk a little bit about sort of how you really align the incentives of the constituents within public goods funding and what your thoughts are on that.
Sure. So I think that that's a real challenge and the area that needs to be, explored the most, right? So I think that in my mind, there's three constituents. There's developers, there's the DAO, and then there's, prospective investors. So on the developer side, I see the kind of biggest problem right now being, just encouraging people to effectively focus on a problem. At the end of the day, if you are, if you can have greater return from, duplicating a, DeFi protocol that's on Ethereum by, developing it on Solana, then you can, contributing to that protocol on Ethereum. I think that's where a lot of people are headed right now. And as a result of that, it's just, it's just very difficult to get people to focus on a straight path, and that's fine. I mean, we're kind of very early stages of all of this, but as a result of that, I think that ultimately, as more and more capital flows into these systems, right, I think that it'll begin to emerge that there are a greater likelihood of winners, and it's less likely that capital will move from those systems, and so as a result of that, I think that you'll have more and more developers starting to focus on this space, which I think is really beneficial, because it means that the real benefits of decentralization will start to be materialized. So that's developers. Obviously they need to have a reward on the back end of it. And I think that the reward really incentivizes both the developers as well as incentivizing investors on the front end, right? Developers are going to need funding to basically work on these projects, and if it's not coming through grant programs, there need to be investors that see upside on the back end. And so I'll talk about a little bit more about that in a second, but going back to the constituents part, right? The third constituent is then just the DAO, who's obviously incentivized to, see user growth, feature growth, and also the value of the token of that DAO increasing in value. And so I think that, the question then becomes, okay, well then how does the DAO properly incentivize early investors to invest in the projects that people are working on? And I think that, in my mind, the best incentive alignment, right, is to grant them, to make those awards be in tokens, or at least partially in the tokens of the system. If overall the projects that those individuals are working on are, is designed to enhance the overall network or protocol, then it would make sense that token would go up as a result of their, potentially as a result of their efforts. And so I think being rewarded for that, is probably the right incentive mechanism. Now, whether or not you kind of stipulate a minimum award that gets made every year, and whether or not that award is calculated in tokens based on their dollar value on January 1 or December 31, I think is something that people need to experiment with. But at the end of the day, and maybe you combine it with with fees. But I think that ultimately that kind of token component has to be is a really important one. I think that people are also talking a lot about project tokens, and I think that it's a difficult subject. I think that inherently, if you're funding a given project with tokens, with the upside being a reward at the end. So these are, tokens that are issued by these projects. It's just really hard to see that as not being an investment contract, and that the people that are buying those tokens are kind of expecting you to win the reward at the end. And so I think that more needs to be explored there, but I think that is a kind of, there certainly is regulatory friction on that front. There are some other areas too, but they're also kind of, again, regulatory friction. One of the things I was thinking about is whether or not you could, it would be theoretically possible to create a betting market where essentially, users and investors could bet on projects winning the biggest award, and the biggest award payouts could, basically reward the investors that bet on the right projects and the projects that won the most money. And then in the meantime, that money would fund the projects that people are betting on. There are commodities laws though, and the CFTC, has domain over what are called event contracts, which really govern a lot of, or what are used for information markets and betting markets. So I think that that there's still some regulatory friction there. And yeah, so I think that's those are really the generally the types. And I think that there's more that needs to be explored there. And I think that DAOs are investment DAOs are one, pretty interesting area where I think that could come from.
Yeah. And so just, I really liked what you were sort of getting at in your answer to the previous question when we were talking about sort of the ways that in the past incentives for innovation have come about. You mentioned the Longitude Prize. Another sort of go-to example is always the Napoleon Food Preservation Prize that led to the invention of canned food, right? And frankly, just the entire intellectual property regime is entirely based on the idea that if you have the ability to own a particular invention later on down the line, that possibility will enable people to put in the sort of investment up front in order to develop that.
That's a great point.
Right. So that's sort of like the general sort of, concept around intellectual property law as well, is like, how do you incentivize innovation? And obviously in an open source world, you do that in a very different way. And prizes have always been like an example of something that is very an alternative way to incentivize innovation other than intellectual property. But I would love to sort of, I think this all only works if there can be investment upfront, even in totally outside of the realm of the crypto space, for example, the intellectual property regime only works if there can be investment upfront, right? So I'd love to just hear you talk a little bit about like what kinds of investment structures would really work here.
Yeah, I think that I've been working in venture capital industry for a long time, right? And obviously there have been, really great companies that have been developed and great technology that's come out of that. And I think that, it is a clunkier mechanism probably than what people want within this space. And I think that but ultimately, right, I think that at least in the US, with the way that securities laws are currently framed, right, that you do, you will need to make these investments in a way that are, tailored to Reg D, and basically, ensuring that they're compliant with securities laws, because I do think it's very hard to kind of, structure investments without running into securities laws. And so I think that, one of the really interesting and promising things that we're seeing, right, is that there are, any number of DAOs that are, and people are experimenting with, DAOs and different DAO structures. One company that we've invested in is Syndicate, and they're basically, setting up a platform to allow people to create DAOs as seamlessly and as effortlessly as possible. So they, basically file your they file your LLC agreement for you. They do all the paperwork and basically allow you to spin up a fully functional DAO in a very short time frame. And so we're getting constant questions from people around what can investment DAOs do? What can a group of friends do? What can a group of anonymous people do? And what kind of investments can they make? And I think that this is really an area that needs to be explored. You could imagine that a group of token holders for a protocol or network could come together and form their own DAO, which is solely for the purpose of investing in these projects. And that way, not only do they have the upside of these projects benefiting the protocol or DAO, but at the same time, they potentially get exposure to the reward on the back end. And so I think that this is really, and it also kind of speaks to the decentralization point that we were talking about earlier, in that you have these hyper-focused teams then that are focused on making the decisions around what they think is going to be best for the protocol or network, as well as who they think is going to be best to do it. And so I think that having these small investment DAOs is going to be something that really kind of unlocks a lot of potential here. And I'm excited to see it. There's a lot of kind of hurdles that need to be be crossed from a legal perspective, because obviously whenever you're kind of investing other people's money, that stuff comes into play. But that's really I think a promising option. I think another one is just the general principle of crowdfunding, right? A lot of this stuff would look like crowdfunding, and you could imagine projects listing on Mirror, for instance, and basically kind of getting seed funding to accomplish it from that perspective. Again, there's going to be there are issues around securities laws and how that all works. But one of the things that would be great is if once we start really seeing and are able to show the benefits of decentralization to government, regulators and congressmen and lawmakers might be more inclined to open up the potential for this type of funding. And so maybe at that point it starts out really low, or you just have very small minimum or maximum contributions, but there's really no reason why a person shouldn't be able to invest $250 into a project just because they don't happen to have the fortune of being an accredited investor. And so I think these projects could really allow us to push lawmakers to open up crowdfunding laws and really give power to people to kind of back these programs.
Yeah, and you've touched on this already, but I just would love to hear more on your thoughts on sort of what role the proliferation of DAOs could really play in incentive alignment.
Yeah, I mean, so again, I think that the number of DAOs out there, right, I think is going to skyrocket. It is not going to just be DAOs that have spun up as a result of the launch of a DeFi protocol, or a DAO that's created by a network that is decentralizing, right? So there are as I mentioned earlier, Syndicate and others that are basically kind of customizing DAOs and shipping them for their customers. And as a result of that, I think the level of activity in the space is going to increase rapidly. I mean, at A16Z, we really envision that Web3 is going to be owned and operated by DAOs, and there will be just an unbelievable number of them, and many of those will be focused on investments. And again, I think that the real goal there should be to show that people can be responsible actors, and that decentralization and public goods funding has a material public benefit. And once that's done, it'll be able, we should be able to convince lawmakers that greater flexibility is needed with respect to U.S. securities laws, so that everyone can be a potential owner of Web3 and not just accredited investors.
Yeah. It's a really good point and really important policy work ahead for all of us, I think. So I'm looking at the questions in the chat and sort of noticing a theme here, which is that folks are really asking about issues regarding sort of liability and entity structures, the stuff we were talking about at the beginning here. So, one person sort of asked about sort of parallels between a grant-making DAO being potentially held liable for bad acts carried out using its funding, and, sort sort of parallels in the non-DAO world with grant making organizations being held liable for the grant supported bad acts of their awardees. But I think that question really goes to sort of essentially just thinking about this question of liability and liabilities for DAOs, because I think, and that is something you've done, I mean, a lot of thought leadership on, and I think it would be useful to hear more about this liability issue. Yeah.
So, I mean, I think that it's a complex question, right? But I think that when you get down to it, right, a charitable organization that is responsible for, grants, let's say a university endowment or all sorts of different, museums, things like that, right? All of those have legal entities, at least in the United States, right? And so as a result of that, the legal entities that they choose provide them with liability protection over, their activities, right? And the activities of their employees. When you look at DAOs that don't have any legal wrapper and don't have a legal entity, there is significant risk, right? That the imputed structure, absent any other facts, right, is that of a general partnership. Now, in some state, and this is all a matter of state law, and I can't claim to have looked at all 50 states, right? And so again, and this is also not legal advice to anyone, but at the end of the day, if you're imputed as a general partnership, right, what happens is that you're exposed to the liability of that partnership. Each general partner is exposed to the liability of that partnership, and so any person that is a member of a grant reward program or any member of a DAO, right, faces potential liability for the harm that is done, directly related to what that DAO is doing or the grant program is doing. And so, one of the things that I've been really focused on is trying to limit that risk, because you want people to participate in DAO governance, and you want people to participate in these grant programs. I mean, it's critically important for this technology for people to participate. And so, what is the lowest touch entity structure that you can put in place to potentially give you that limited liability, but not risk decentralization? And, I think that is a unincorporated nonprofit association. And, it's going to be facts and circumstances depending on the DAO, what its business model is and everything like that. But, there are structures out there, and I would encourage, all DAOs to really take a look at this issue. It's not just a US issue, right? This applies globally. And so, for DAOs that are not necessarily centered in the US or have most of their users in the US, they should look at other structures. There's an association structure in Switzerland. The foundation structures are very flexible in the Cayman Islands. So there are lots of options out there. And, my fear is that, after enough time, right, there will be harm. And DAOs have been very good about compensating people that have suffered harm thus far, right? Compound's a good example of that, where they had an Oracle failure, I think, in May 2020, and they basically compensated those holders for their losses. Maybe it was this year. It all flies by, but I think that as the industry matures and as more people move into it, which we all think is going to happen, there's greater risk.
So Miles, we only have about a minute and a half left, but I definitely don't want to end on a note of legal liability and entities. So just a very short sort of big picture. If we get this right, what does this space look like in 5-10 years?
Yeah, I mean, I think that I think that this is the true unlock for decentralization, right? I think that the grant program stuff was always going to be a challenge, and you are always going to be sacrificing, upside or potential gains due to decentralization. But if you flip it, which public goods funding does, right? The decentralization component is on the back end, is the reward, and you have just a ton of actors and market participants competing with one another to improve these protocols. And what could be better than a open market of people competing to improve stuff, right? And I think that as a result of that, as many people have said today, you can imagine a world where, people don't work for companies anymore. They work for, 10 different DAOs and are just constantly contributing and improving the overall Web3 environment. And I think that that's just really exciting.
Thanks, Miles. It's been so fantastic to talk with you. Really appreciate your time and thoughts here and all the leadership you're doing in this space.
Thanks a lot. Great talking to you, Marta. Bye.
And thanks to both Miles and Marta for an interesting conversation about the challenges of de-risking public goods projects and opportunities to make these projects profitable. I'd like to take this opportunity to mention our Funding the Commons Telegram channel, where participants and presenters alike can continue to discuss these projects, issues, and opportunities raised in today's summit. And I will drop the link in the chat in a few minutes. I'd also like to mention our PL Research Twitter account, Proto Research, where you can learn about more events like this and our other research endeavors. I'll drop that link in the chat as well. And now it's time for our second coffee break. I'll see you again in about 30 minutes at 2030 Coordinated Universal Time, when we'll hear from Karl Floersch. See you then. Welcome back to the Funding the Commons Virtual Summit. For those of you just joining us, this event is centered on new models of public goods funding. You can add your questions for the speakers in the ethglobal.tv chat, and we can continue to discuss these issues and projects in the Telegram channel, also linked in the chat. We'll be kicking off this session with the talk by Karl Floersch. Karl is a crypto economist and scalability expert. He's currently CTO of Optimism and previously an Etherium Foundation core researcher. Karl will be describing a very interesting experiment, discussing the mechanisms, results, and learnings of Optimism's first retroactive public goods award. Welcome, Karl.
Why, hello. All right, well, let's get going. As was stated earlier, I am Karl, and let's start talking about retroactive public goods funding. We just did some really cool experimentation, and yeah, let's dive right in. Okay, so optimistic Ethereum, retroactive public goods funding experiment. So optimistic Ethereum is a layer 2 scaling solution. It's basically Ethereum on layer 2. But there's a side of scaling Ethereum that doesn't just correspond to the, nitty-gritty implementation. It actually has more to do with the incentives and the value that is being generated on that network and where that value is going. Is it going to build public goods software? So, okay, Optimism PBC. I work at Optimism PBC. PBC stands for Public Benefit Corporation. And what that means is instead of just being a normal corporation, we have a public charter. And that charter is to enshrine fair access to public goods on the internet using open source software. That means that we are building open source software so that public goods are built in perpetuity on the internet, so that we have good public infrastructure that we can use as internet citizens, metaverse citizens. Okay, so table of contents. We got a lot to cover, so I got to go fast. However, start off with the public goods problem. So what are we trying to do? What is a public good? Why are we not getting it funded? Then how we can solve that, which is retroactive public goods funding. And finally, we'll talk about an actual experiment that we did last month where we gave away $1 million to fund public goods retroactively. We'll talk about what that means. So first, what's a public good? Let's use the example of open source software, as that's a classic, quote, public good. So a good, it is a good, a thing that is, one, non-excludable. That means that if I share my open source software with the world, then everyone has access to it. It's not exclusive, right? And additionally, it's non-rivalrous. That means that if someone reads and understands the code that I write, it doesn't exclude someone else, or it doesn't mean that someone else can't also read that same code and get the same, spark from it. Unlike an apple, right, where you eat the apple and no one else can eat that apple. That would be a private good, for context. The problem is that there's no business model for public goods. Why? Well, it's because there's no way to monetize a public good traditionally through, for instance, holding it back so that someone, I'm selling you a Starbucks coffee and, you give me money, I give you the Starbucks coffee. That doesn't quite work in this area in open source software, as we all know. And so no business model means no investors, and oftentimes means no stake in the game. And you also don't get a big payout, no exit, there's no driving force that is monetary that expresses the actual value that people are creating, which is a big problem. And guess why this is a really big problem for us? Well, Ethereum core infrastructure is all open source. And so there is not nearly enough investment in Ethereum core infrastructure when compared to other parts of the Ethereum ecosystem. And so that is why this issue is so close to our hearts, but it is not just an issue for Ethereum core infrastructure. It is an issue for public goods on the internet generally. Very bad, very sad. Okay, so no business model, let's let's knock it out the park. We can add a business model to retroact, and that business model is using retroactive public goods funding. So let's talk about what that means, right? We're on next section. So a few months ago, Vitalik kind of was like, there's this retroactive public goods funding idea that I've been, pondering a bit. And then it just, it's infected my brain. It's infected, I think, a number of other brains as well. It's a quite infectious meme. But before we define what retroactive public goods funding is, let's define what it is not. So it is not a traditional grants program. What does a traditional grants program really do? Well, okay, a traditional grants program, they have some ecosystem, let's say a public park, right? They're trying to make their park the best park it can possibly be, right? Oh man, gosh, this park is going up and to the right. And so then we've got these builders, and these builders, they're like, oh yeah, I like this public park. I want to build for this public park. And they will propose ideas to the grants giving organization. They'll say, hey, I want to build a slide, or hey, I want to build a swing set. And the grants giving organization will, think real hard and then pick one that it wants to fund, right? They are making a decision about what is best for the park. Okay, so they pick out the slide is best for the park, send some money. The builder uses that money to, build the slide, and boom, now we've got a slide. Oh, okay. But what happens if the slide is not actually what people want, right? No one's using the slide. How did the grants giving organization really know how to design, kind of centrally design the park, this ecosystem that is much more of an emergent and natural phenomenon? It's just a really hard problem. And so the grants giving org is trying to do the right thing, but maybe the swing is what everyone really wanted. How would they know? And so we get the sad outcome. Okay, so what's wrong with this picture, right? What can we do a little bit better? Well, the grants giving organization is making judgments about how to invest money, right? Where to put what public goods are actually required. This is not necessarily the best thing that the grants giving organization is, suited for. Let's flip that on its head. Instead, let's replace the grants giving organization with something we call the results oracle. So the results oracle, instead of funding future work, what it does is it instead funds past contributions, things that have already happened, people that have already built great things that have demonstrated their value to the community. Instead, give money back to those people retroactively, right? That's it. So the way that this works, high level, is the results oracle, of course, needs a goal. The goal can be very simple. In fact, it probably should be. Make the ecosystem the best, most vibrant, most attractive place possible. That's a great goal. And then you say, okay, the results oracle will measure the progress towards that goal. We got the builders just like before, but instead of the results oracle giving these proactive funding, the builders just start building. They start creating their, open source projects or, their tools or whatever it is, right? And we get closer to that really incredible goal of, having this vibrant ecosystem. Then the results oracle says, okay, we've definitely gotten closer to that goal. Let's pay out the people who got us there, right? Who actually contributed to our mission. And those people get paid out. And this process repeats. The builders build what they think is going to add the most value on their own accord. We get closer to the goal, and the results oracle pays out the contributions. That is, at a core, the big flip that happens between proactive funding and retroactive public goods funding. So let's look at that more generally. So we've got the proactive side and the retroactive side. And the proactive side is deciding what needs to be built and then top-down dictating what needs to be built. As opposed to the retroactive side, we've got the builders and the community members deciding what needs to be built, and that kind of percolating up to the results oracle, which then funds those builders and rewards them for their great contributions. So, proactive, top-down, retroactive, bottom-up. Okay, simple. But now, this begs the question. If everyone's getting paid after they've built something, how do they get paid while they're building it? Good question. Well, thankfully, we've got markets. That's a market opportunity, folks. How do they get funding to bootstrap their venture? Well, venture capital, maybe. Anyway, well, just as big incentives, big exits incentivize investment in startups, we have retroactive rewards incentivize investment in public goods. And this investment can be targeted and smart and intelligent. So not top down like a grants giving organization. So we've actually created a multi-sided marketplace where the results oracle and developers exist, but also investors. And developers get an idea, pitch it to their investors. The investors invest, give some money. The developers implement the idea, and the results oracle pays out everyone who is involved. Right? This is literally how things get built all the time. And we're just trying to do the same thing for public goods. Okay. And of course, we get great market dynamics where poor projects or investors are weeded out. And, you know, we love everyone, but you know, anyway, we'll give them consolation prizes, participation trophies. Okay. So proactive versus retroactive. We've got the complete picture where the investors right down here are actually providing the seed funding that ends up creating a situation where the results oracle is able to give a reward or an exit to the open source public good startup. So from idea, right, the developer, investors, results oracle, to exit, we've rewarded the projects and we build a healthy ecosystem. Hallelujah, right? You know, no business model, get out of here. And, you know, we scale Ethereum because all of these are public goods and great. Oh, but wait a second. You know, it's not that easy. The results oracle is non-trivial to implement. So we're going to have to perform some experiments to figure out how do we actually determine what projects have made a significant contribution. And the best way to do that is through experimentation. What do we do? Well, experiment number one, we last month gave away $1 million to fund public goods retroactively. We did this by electing 24 badge holders, and all those badge holders would determine who to give the money to. Notably, this $1 million comes from the profits that Optimism PBC creates. Because guess what? Optimism PBC we've said, we are not going to take any profits. We are going to invest all of our profits in public goods. Boom. So why badge holders? What is a badge holder? A badge holder is not a token holder, right? Badge holder, you can't transfer your badge. You're just stuck with it. The reason why we're doing these badges is because we want to innovate in governance, right? We want to come up with a system that really effectively distributes these retroactive rewards. So there were 3 phases to the experiment. First phase, nominations. Then we had a voting phase, and then payments. And so let's go over each one of them. But before we even started the project, we created a badge holder manual, which is essentially a constitution that the badge holders would follow to retroactively, to do their voting, right? This is their kind of terms of service, some sense. The highlights were, first, we need to fund public goods. It's pretty self-evident. Secondly, we need to fund them retroactively. This is self-evident. However, it is non-trivial, as we found out. Thirdly, it starts with optimistic Ethereum, but we expand outwards. Now, notably, the first question we got asked was, optimistic Ethereum, what about Ethereum public goods? Well, the whole point of optimistic Ethereum is that it is one-to-one with Ethereum, right? It is Ethereum. We're trying to merge as much as possible. So fund Ethereum public goods? Well, that's optimistic Ethereum public goods. These are one and the same. So that is kind of how that works. Now, notably, also, we wanted to make sure that badge holders did not vote with any conflicts of interest, right? That is critical and also non-trivial. And also, all communication would be publicly viewable. That means that all communication was done in Discord, public Discord, in Twitter, public Twitter, obviously, and also in public calls, which we had 2 of them, which we actually didn't plan up ahead. But we'll talk about all of these things momentarily. So first off, let's talk about nominations. This happened about, I think a month and 2 weeks ago, something like that. Okay, phase 1, nominations. First, 3-week-long process. This is majority of the time was spent on nominations. We got some really good nominations with a lot of detail, thought. So shout out to all the community members who provided these nominations. That was awesome. In fact, we got so many nominations that we broke the quadratic.co, by the way, great, shout out to Gitcoin for funding it, for making that site, website. So we had to, fix it. We got 78 nominations that were really quality. We had to weed out, around 20 of them. Conflicts of interest. Well, almost immediately, one of the hypotheses we wanted to test was, okay, what are we going to do about these conflicts of interest? Okay, we have 24 badge holders. What are we going to do? Well, I said, hey, I want to nominate Proto. And Proto was like, hey, no thanks. I'm a badge holder. Let's keep this simple. Let's, I do too much with optimistic Ethereum already. Like, I don't know. It just seems weird. And Light Client was just like, okay, I don't want to vote for any badge holders because I don't want either to even be a sense that the badge holders would have a conflict of interest. So I thought that all of these, this was extremely interesting to me. And it was also interesting that at the end of the day, someone nominated, not me, I said I didn't do the nomination anymore, but someone nominated, quote, Proto the Machine. And so Proto actually did end up getting 3K worth of public goods funding. So, how do you not fund a pineapple? But anyway, pretty funny that we had a badge holder say, I don't want to be funded, and they got funding anyway. That was a very interesting learning. But the higher meta learning is that fairness is key, right? We need to establish, this is like literal governmental issues that we are having. We need to be building fair governance systems. That is critical because these are going to be what we use in the future as we use the internet. We want a fair governance system on the internet. So anyway, round 2, phase 2, votes. So it was a 1 week long process. Everyone procrastinated to the last few days, but the cool thing was Light Clients, yet again, Superstar, organized a public call to go through the nominations. We were not going to have any public calls. However, if they happened not naturally, we weren't going to stop any of them. So we had this public call. We went through every single project nomination. Pretty awesome. And one of the most interesting results is that it was really hard to avoid funding projects proactively, because when you think about it, you're like, oh, I love this project. I want to see it grow. I want to see it evolve. It totally needs funding. And you're like, wait a second. Okay, no. We were catching ourselves in this call saying, hey, no, that doesn't sound very retroactive. Like, you don't want to see that project grow. The important thing is not seeing that project grow. The important thing is establishing the second order incentives that say, if I build valuable projects, valuable public goods, I will be rewarded once they are complete. Right? We're not trying to be a grants program. Again, we need to make sure that separation of concerns is tightly delineated so that people know that they can expect their funding when they get it. Additionally, the definition of public good got a little fuzzy. So we ended up deciding that Etherscan deserved a significant amount of public goods funding. Now, Etherscan is a for-profit, closed source project. They're amazing people, by the way, but that's not like a traditional definition of public goods, right? We're talking open source software. We're like, it's a little weird. So we started having to lean on an idea that actually credit to Will, Asim, and Cal for figuring this out. Oh, by the way, I don't think I'll have time for questions, unfortunately, in case that's the thing. But okay, the fairness ratio, this thing called the fairness ratio, basically it is impact over profit. So what that means is the impact of a project divided by the profit that project received. So if in an example, a for-profit company, maybe they have 100 units of impact and 1,000 units of profit, that's a ratio, a really low ratio. What we want to do is we want to target 1 for all projects. We want value in and value out to be equal. The amount of impact that you have is equal to the amount of profit that you have. That is how we can decide whether or not you should receive public goods funding for the public good. An open source project might get 10,000 units of impact, but then only receive 100 units of profit. So that's also out of balance, right? It's about maintaining fairness and balance. So ideally, we have a 1-to-1 ratio of impact to profit. And that is going to be key. So anyway, we use that. Additionally, we had some other issues with, not super high quality projects being submitted, like Abracadabra, Santa Claus of Cincinnati. That was not the best public goods project. However, we also had some great explanations from the badge holders on why they voted. That was huge, and everyone voted. So that is a big win in and of itself. And so finally, payment and retrospective. We ended up funding $1 million. We funded a bunch of projects. Notably, these projects were mostly technology projects. That is because the badge holders were mostly technology focused. That's an area of an improvement. Also, we didn't really fund projects. We had a very low variance. We may actually want to increase that variance, but pretty good job. Like, these are awesome projects. I'm very happy with how this resulted. So some of the main takeaways: 1, we got to minimize conflict of interest. That is key. Additionally, we probably want to improve this voting mechanism to make that variance a little bigger, really reflect what projects provided what outsized value. And additionally, we want some better project curation. And, we can't have these abracadabra things probably, unfortunately. We also need a little more active participation. We got some, but it was really good that we did, but I think we could do with more. And finally, we're hoping to give a little more guidance on how to think about funding public goods. And this is just the beginning. Remember that the entire point is that second order effect of creating incentives to invest in public goods infrastructure. So this is just the beginning. I am sure that with the infrastructure and that we are building, we will end up funding millions of dollars every day in public goods. And I'm extremely excited about that. So, let's scale Ethereum. Let's align humanity's incentives, make things fair and equitable. So if you build value, you get value. And love knows no borders. Stay optimistic, y'all. That's it.
Thanks, Karl, for sharing your experiments results and giving us an overview of the market dynamics and governance issues relevant to retroactive public goods funding ecosystems. Our next speaker is Andrew Critch. Andrew is a researcher at UC Berkeley's Center for Human Compatible AI, founder and president of the Berkeley Existential Risk Initiative, and advisor to the Survival and Flourishing Fund. Today, Andrew is going to introduce the S process, an algorithm that enables multiple funders to simultaneously delegate the optimization of funding decisions to overlapping groups of trusted advisors. This also allows the advisors to debate and coordinate in deciding the total amount of funding any particular project should receive. Welcome, Andrew.
Hello. Are you hearing me fine, Carola?
Hear you great.
Great. Thank you. Okay. So thanks for having me here. Thanks to everybody who's attending. And I just want to call out a preference I have for how to use the chat, which is that I'd like to field questions during the middle of my talk. I don't want to have to wait till the end if you don't mind. Carola, could you type up if a question comes in the chat? Could you say, Andrew, there's a question, and then pose the question to me right there in the middle?
Sure, I'll interrupt you at will.
Please, thank you very much. And to anyone who's participating also, I would like people here to ask questions of the form, wait, what is that? Like if I say something and you don't know what it is, and it seems like it's important to the talk, just pipe up and ask what it is, because you're a representative sample of the audience, and I don't necessarily know what everybody here knows or doesn't know. And I want us to have a conversation, not just a delivery of content. So please do ask questions for clarification as needed. And with that, yeah, thanks, Jamie. With that, I will share screen. I'm going to want to use which screen? This one. All right. Do we have my presentation about to enter presentation mode and now in presentation mode?
You're in presentation mode.
Great, thanks. Okay, so Thanks again, everybody. My name's Andrew. My friends call me Critch, and my Critches call me Andrew. I'm a research scientist at Berkeley. This is a thing that kind of came up on the side, but became super intellectually interesting and just generally motivating because of the good that it can do to bring funding to public goods. The work here is I would say joined at this point with Jan Tallinn, who's a Skype co-founder and funder of a lot of the grants most of the grants we make. Also Oliver Habrika from Litecoin Infrastructure, who I hope is here in the chat. And other people from Barry and Litecoin, including Eric Rogstad, Alex Flint, Ray Arnold, and Ben Pace. Thanks a ton to you guys. I don't think we could have gotten this off the ground as fast as we did, or maybe at all without you. So the history here is that this S process thing that I will define, the whole talk is going to be defining that. It's a process I designed initially for the Berkeley Existential Risk Initiative to make grants from donations made by Jan. And we looked at it and we thought this doesn't really need to be part of an institution to work. And it's maybe even better if it's not. So we created this virtual fund that helps coordinate donors and people that are advising the donors to make grants. We've made $16 million in grants so far over 5 rounds over the past couple of years. The donors for the grants have been Jan Tallinn, Jed McCaleb, and David Marble. I think we're gonna almost certainly distribute another 10 million or so in the next couple of months, and then next year probably more. And they've been great. The organizations, I mean, they've of course been sort of selected from a cause area that we, the organizers, cared about, but the process can apply to any cause area. So we're trying to, with this process, we're trying to push the Pareto frontier of collective intelligence, fairness, and trust. There's going to be a few ideas that I want you to come away with from this talk that maybe you already have them and I want to emphasize them more, or if maybe you've never had them before. The first is the following. When we aggregate intelligent decision-making, we don't want to aggregate actions. We want to aggregate information. And marginal value functions are a more intelligent type of information to aggregate than money. So I'm going to be convincing you that we shouldn't be all just throwing donations into a collective pool. We should be throwing marginal value functions into a collective pool and then using those value functions to decide on our donations. The second thing I want to say is that funder final say options are great. If you are helping someone make grants and you let them have the final say over the grant, that is less stressful for them. So there's lots of people in the crypto space right now that all of a sudden have a bunch of money and want their friends to help them decide where to do it. And I just want to encourage people to use funder final say options in their processes. The next thing I'm going to want to emphasize is discourse, the importance of discourse. We're all pretty numerate here, I think, and I think there's a tendency to try and use numbers to summarize away all of the trust issues or coordination problems we have. And I think numbers are a huge help. I'm a mathematician, that's my PhD. I'm now in an EECS department at Berkeley. So I like computers, I like numbers, but discourse is not to be dispensed with. We need conversations. And I was really pleased to see in Karl's talk the implementation of like publicly recorded and visible conversations. And the last is that repeated simulations during conversations can be a hugely useful tool in helping people project what's going to be the outcome of this conversation. And the S process is something that uses this kind of simulation discourse combo, along with also this funder final say principle and the marginal value function aggregation. So that's an overview of where I'm going with this talk. Now I want to focus on a specific scenario for you guys to think about. Imagine you're looking at 30 organizations, and each one of those organizations has different growth prospects in your evaluation or in the evaluation of people you trust. They have some capacities where if they get 100K, they're going to run an event. If they get $1 million, they're going to hire some people, and maybe you even know who they're thinking of hiring. With $10 million, they're maybe going to expand to different teams or commit to 5 years of operations. So these different organizations have different kinds of plans depending on how much money they're going to get, and not just plans, but ability to execute those plans. So what is the optimal amount of money to give to these organizations? The answer depends on marginal value functions. So for each organization, you can draw a curve that indicates how good is it to give an extra $1 to this organization. And for most practical purposes, there's diminishing marginal returns to giving to a particular org. I don't mean to claim that there's diminishing marginal returns to giving to a particular cause area or service. For example, I believe there have been increasing marginal returns to the influx of money and talent into the crypto space. However, for any particular organization, there's often a sort of bottleneck of once the staff and network of that organization is overwhelmed, it's not as useful to like pump them full of more money relative to some other organization that doesn't have any money yet. And so for the purpose of this talk and for the S process, we usually assume that there's a diminishing marginal returns to giving right now heaps and heaps of money to any particular organization. And if you draw those curves for yourself, if you say, okay, how valuable is the first dollar we give to this org? Is it worth $1? Or how, maybe this org right here, we think $1 to that org is like only worth 60 cents compared to $1 given to our favorite org. So you can put a little y-intercept here on your graph, and that helps decide the shape of your curve. There's another point you can choose, which is the x-intercept, which is what's the point at which I think it's just not really worth giving more money to this organization right now. It's just kind of pointless. That's the x-intercept. And you can mess with the concavity of the curve. You can make it convex in whatever direction you want to indicate something like wanting to give lots of money up into a threshold. And I'm just going to share with you the app that we use for this. So you can see what the experience is like from a user perspective. So here are those curves I just showed you from the slide. And here's user XO. Maybe this is Xavier Oscarson. And if you see here, as Xavier turns down the shape of this curve for the organization called Nitro, or the Nitro project, you can see that they get less funding allocated in a world where XO is allocating a simulated budget of, say, just over $10 million. Okay, so if you think the marginal returns curve for Nitro is shaped like that, that makes you want to trade off. Like these other organizations, Electworks, are now looking a little better and they should get some more money, but they shouldn't get all the money just because their curve is higher. And the optimal amount of money for them to get is calculated by the app here. So if you have intuitions about, do I want to really definitely push Nitro out until they get their full, whatever this number is here, almost $2 million? Or do I want to like kind of drop them off really quickly so that they get the first little bit of money, but not necessarily a huge amount? You can express that with these curves, and then the algorithm tells you the optimal amount of funding that each organization should have, taking into account all the organizations you're considering giving to. There's trade-offs here. And one of the trade-offs you have is the future. You might want to hold on to funding for future grant-making rounds, and you might want to express that in a curve. So we have a special curve here called hold, where we just indicate, okay, if we're giving grants and it feels like each dollar we're giving out is only worth 20 cents given to the best giving opportunities we can find, then, we should probably hold on to that money and wait for the future. So you can express all those things with marginal value functions. Now, back to the slides. Now I want to talk about what happens when there's multiple funders, because we're into decentralization here. And each of those funders is capable of expressing a suite of marginal value functions indicating where they think money should go. And those functions can be sensitive to each other. So for example, if everyone else has already overfunded an org that you really like, maybe you don't want to give more money to that org. Maybe you think they've got enough. On the other hand, if everyone thinks that an org is really popular and thinks someone else is going to fund it, they might all sort of stand by and hope someone else is going to fund, like the Anti-Malaria Foundation or something everyone recognizes is a really good way to save lives. And then no one funds it because everyone thought someone else would do it. So we don't want that. And we also don't want weird games where everyone's sort of holding out on the bystander effect, where it's like, I don't want to spend my money on the Anti-Malaria Foundation because I know everyone else is going to fund it. So I'm going to wait and then see if it gets enough funding. And then if it's good, I'm going to fund my pet projects that I think no one else recognizes. But if no one funds the Anti-Malaria Foundation, then I'll like jump in and save it at the last minute. this is a stressful relationship for funders to have with each other. It's a kind of like a game of chicken where, you know, everyone's trying to hold out on funding the obvious things so that someone else will do it. And in the S process, we're trying to eliminate that ordering effect, that holdout feeling, the bystander effect, the pile-on effect, all at once using marginal utility function aggregation. So as I said, you could choose an order for the funders, but this introduces trust issues, and it matters who's the final player in this game. And it also sucks for the organizations, because you end up with the first funder who came in and thought about you, maybe fully funded you, and you don't get any funding from the other people who are satisfied now that you have enough money, but would have funded you if no one else had. And so you have this false sense of insecurity where you think you've just got this one supporter, but actually there's a bunch of people who would have stepped in to support you. So we want to eliminate that problem as well. So at this point, I actually can't see the chat because of the screen share, and I'm wondering if there's any questions that have come up that would be good. And if not,
You're free to go on. They're asked and answered in the chat.
Great. So a better thing would be to aggregate everyone's marginal utility functions and run a simulation where each simulated funder represented by the funder's marginal utility functions chooses to hand out, say, 1% of their budget, or 0.1%. So in the first step of the simulation, simulated funder 1 gives out 0.1% of their budget to the best place that she thinks money should go right now based on her utility functions. Now, the second simulated funder sees where that money went and wonders, okay, now where should I give? Was that enough to fully fund my favorite place? If not, I'm going to give a bit more. And then the simulation moves to the next step. And this way, essentially, nobody goes first. Everyone takes turns in simulation giving out 0.1% of their budget, and there's not this anxiety about whether I should wait or go soon. No org gets fully neglected, because if by the end of the simulation there's an organization that everyone likes but no one funded yet, well, their utility functions are going to pick up on that and fund them. Okay. Now, I think we can do even better than that, and that's what we do with the S process. We not only run that simulation once, we run it many, many times while people talk to each other and adjust their curves. So you'll have situations like funder 1 says, whoa, it looks like you guys are giving a lot to organization 1. I found them to be deceptive in the past when I dug into their annual reports and found them to be exaggerating. And then the other funders can make an update of their beliefs on that and sort of adjust their opinions. I think this is really, really important. I don't think numbers can replace discourse yet. And we should keep having lots and lots of conversations with each other while we do funding. So that's part of how we run the S process. Each funder inputs their idiosyncratic values for how much money should go to each org. And then we have a matrix that highlights disagreements. Like, okay, it looks like, funder XO here really, really likes Nitro, but everyone else thinks Nitro is no good. And so maybe there's a conversation we should have when we have our group meetings. People can say, Nitro, tell us why you think, XO, tell us why Nitro is so good. And then they have a conversation. Maybe XO changes her mind, or maybe everyone else kind of comes to like Nitro a bit better. There's that exchange of value and information. So now let's go to what happens when you have a funder who wants to delegate through other people. The simple solution here, like just imagine you have $1 billion, you're trying to find people to help you give it away. You'd love to just hire all your smartest friends or the people that you respect the most to decide where your money goes. But maybe the reason you respect them is that they're busy doing something else. And so you can't just hire all the people you want to help, that you want to get help from. One thing you could do is just hand them all $1 million and say, here, each of you have $1 million, give it to one of these 30 organizations, please. I think then you risk the toe stepping problem where they can pile on too much to one org if they don't coordinate, or they can bystander effect away from an org if they don't coordinate. So you want to instill some kind of coordination. And the simplest, most efficient way to do that is for them each to draw marginal utility curves, like we do in the S process. Now, I think there's an even better thing to do, which is what we do, in the yes process. Oh, we have.
Can I interrupt? We have a question. A question from the chat of, can you explain how these funders are setting their and submitting their marginal value functions? Is it quantitative or qualitative, or are there defined structures?
Yeah. So in any given, usually in our grant rounds, we're focused on a particular cause area. So for us, it's often been existential risk, which is reducing the cause area is basically reducing the risk of human extinction. And so that's a quantity that people can argue about and say, I think this organization is, reducing risk by X% per dollar or X% per $1 million. And even though it's very hard to ground out those claims because you don't get to wait for extinction events to happen and then collect data from them and then report back, it is at least something concrete that people can argue about. And so I think the S process works best when the meetings are organized around a particular kind of goal for society that people can debate concretely about the mechanics of. Hopefully that answers the question. There's not an imposition within the app to measure your values in existential risk. It's just, that happens at the level of discourse rather than in the app itself. The app just measures the value of each dollar given relative to the value of what you think the most valuable dollar given is. You call the most valuable dollar worth $1, and then each other dollar, if it feels worth less, you measure it as being worth less in your subjective judgment. Okay. Coming back, the best solution when you have a bunch of recommenders, people that are recommending grants to a funder, is to first ask them to enter their marginal value functions in an S process instance like our app. Then watch them debate and update their positions for a while. So you get a sense, you get the vibe from each person, like this person has really thought things through versus like this person hasn't thought things through. They're just like winging it. Or this person is really smart, but they haven't put any time into it this time. So I'm not sure how much I trust them. And then once they lock in, once the meetings are over and they lock in their marginal value functions, you as a funder can then enter your own marginal value functions for the recommenders. So you can use the same process for funding orgs for deciding how much funding should go through each recommender. So here's an example of that. This is just like a fictitious numbers I made up where say Jan is deferring to these recommenders and draws a marginal utility curve indicating how good is it to pump additional money through the judgment of XO versus VA versus IF. If you think someone's initial ideas are really good, you give them a high first dollar value. And if you think their ideas are going to keep being good when you keep pumping more money through that person, you give them a large last dollar threshold. And as you change the threshold here where you want to give your last dollar, we call that the last dollar threshold, that changes how much money passes through each recommender, which you can see here at the top left. But it also then flows through to determine how much each organization gets. So as this person GZ here, I think this is GZ. Yeah, as this person GZ here is getting less and less funding, that's changing how much money flows through to the organizations. But as you can see, it's not a really drastic change. And that's because the other recommenders are looking at the same reality. They're all looking at the same facts of the matter about what's good. And so if you don't pump all your money through GZ, that doesn't have a huge impact on how much money these organizations get, which to me is a sign that we're getting at truth. We're getting at some kind of mutually agreeable, understandable facts about where the money should go, which I find exciting. Of course, we can have bubbles and filters and stuff like that make everyone collectively wrong. We got to watch out for it. Oh,
can I interrupt again with another question?
Yes.
We have a question here from Juan. What are your thoughts on making claims made during discourse more verifiable or explicitly conditioning the impact of the claim on some factor? He mentions that I've personally seen a lot of false or exaggerated claims in discourse-only reputation systems, both negative and positive, which lead to really unfortunate consequences in funding systems. So basically have an explicit factor built into any adjustments that happen during discourse after initial assignments were done.
Yeah, that's really interesting. So a thing we do is definitely, at each meeting, we raise open questions that should be looked into so that people then go and investigate and find out if those claims are check out. But it's interesting, you could have an actual formula built into the system that penalizes automatically participants for having exaggerated. We don't do that automatically. It is an interesting prospect. I do think that there's a natural amount of penalization that happens when the funder looks at everyone's work and recorded conversations and then decides how much they trust everybody. I would currently be reluctant to add an extra penalty on top of what I think this funder will socially naturally implement, but in a decentralized setting that might be valuable. And I'll come back to other ideas in that area further to the end of the talk. Surely that is not a fully satisfying answer to how to penalize exaggeration, but it's what we have. Okay, so that's what the funder interface looks like. I guess I already showed you that a little bit. Next is now what happens when you have multiple funders. Now you've got the same, you've got a few people interested in a similar cause area. This kind of similar group of experts are really, trusted to evaluate these questions. So everyone wants to hire them up to their foundation, but they're all too busy. But it's fine. You can just share an S-process instance and watch their debates and decide how much money you want to flow through them. And the S-process just handles the issue of bystander effects and pile-on effects and ordering effects for who gives money when. I think the most interesting thing about this is that, again, the funders don't have to play chicken with each other. There's no, I'll hold off, you go first. Okay, so here's what that looks like in the app. I will switch now to what it looks like when we have multiple funders. And this is how we've usually been doing it for the past few rounds. You can see here, we have 3 funders, Jan, Jed, and David. And these are hypothetical organizations. We didn't want to violate anyone's privacy by putting up the real orgs. But the numbers here are modulo some noise that I added for to make it difficult to recover exactly who anyone is. These numbers are real numbers that were entered, approximately speaking, by real participants in the system. And you can see here from this graphic that because of the, you can click on the Jan node here. This is Jan's evaluation of how much he trusts the different recommenders. This is this recommender's or expression of how much money and when it should flow to each organization. And then all that gets aggregated together in a Sigma node here, which takes a second to load. Probably shouldn't click. And you can see here, okay, we have, let's look at this, let's find one that's getting, here we have Electroworks. It looks like Electroworks getting money through 3 different recommenders, XO and a tiny little bit from BO here, and then also a little bit from VA. And then XO is getting funding delegated from Jan, but also a little bit from Jed, and it looks like none from David. So we have this flow through, and as you can see, there's a big difference between how much each funder is giving, but the funders can still have a conversation with each other at the end and share their impressions of like who did good work evaluating where these grants should go. So that is what it looks like in app form. And again, we always have this matrix here that can be used to draw out disagreements. And unfortunately, we don't make our conversations, our recorded conversations public. We do that for basically to make it less scary for the recommenders to sign up and participate. So if they have positive or negative views of any organization, they're not scared about people getting angry at them on the internet. But I hope we move to a world where everyone can express their opinions freely and they don't have to worry about that sort of outcome when people freely express their evaluations of organizations. And I hope that the rollout of public goods funding activities like Gitcoin and the S process will make it so that more people can get involved in expressing their opinions about where money should go, so that people are less triggered by hearing those expressions. It's just normal to have positive and negative evaluations of orgs, and nobody is freaked out if you think someone shouldn't get money. Okay, this is coming up close to the end of my slides, but I have a few more things to say. I want to make a comparison to quadratic, what I call quadratic matching, because you're kind of matching donations with other donations in the quadratic funding space. Quadratic funding elicits honesty from participants. That's what's exciting about it. The formula for marginal value of making more donations tells you that you just want to give exactly the amount that you believe the organization should get. But it leads to suboptimal allocations because of these bystander effects, these pile-on effects, the ordering effects, all that. The people are not coordinated in terms of how much money should go to any particular organization in total. The S process solves that problem by aggregating everyone's marginal utility functions into a process where everyone kind of acts simultaneously. And it in practice seems to elicit a high level of honesty. We don't have a theorem proving that it elicits honesty. And in fact, we know that there's small incentives to deviate from perfectly honest expressions. However, those incentives are very small, and in practice, they don't seem relevant. So we are pretty happy about that. And it would be an interesting research problem to actually precisely define and measure the honesty incentives in the S process. And if you want to do research on that, you can email me. It's also a feature and not a bug that the top level funders are not forced to communicate with each other in any particular way, so that it's easy for them to decide to participate without being freaked out that someone's going to get mad at them for what they're expressing. So that's a key part of the process there. And it is something I would like us to do in the future, or at least consider doing, is adding quadratic matching agents to the S process itself. So you can have a little agent in the simulation that watches the recommenders and quadratically matches their donations. So now you get the benefits of quadratic funding and the benefits of the optimal allocation outcome that the S process gives you. So these principles of quadratic funding and the S process can be combined. And I'm pretty excited about that prospect. There's a bunch of research that I think people should know about in the area of transparency in game theory. Game theory, a lot of economics is built on game theory and then presumes opacity on the part of agents participating in the system. I think this is a false modeling assumption that causes people to trust each other less than they should, which leads to low trust systems, which leads to low trust behavior. And I think we should stop, and we should start modeling economic actors as partially translucent. I'd encourage people to read about translucent game theory or open source game theory as an important shift in how we think of agents in economics. I want to say belief aggregation is important. We should not merely aggregate the behavior of giving money. We should aggregate the beliefs behind the decision to give money. And here's a couple of papers about aggregating beliefs, or what happens when you don't, which is that people with true beliefs end up winning a lot of bets, and people with less accurate beliefs lose bets and kind of get screwed over, which sucks for them. And I think it's an unfair world. Lastly, I think mechanism design underestimates the cost of lying. Most formal mechanisms for eliciting honesty just assume that the agents in it are fully opaque. It assumes that there's no computational cost to constructing a lie. It assumes there's no reputational risk to being caught in a lie later. And it assumes that the agents have no internal, morally experienced distaste for lying, which is a whole other thing that's a lot of people experience. So I think when we're designing these mechanisms, we should be accounting for the fact that honesty is cheaper than lying in a lot of circumstances. And I think that there's room in the economy to gain greater trust between people and institutions by recognizing that not everything is adversarial, because it's not that easy to lie. So, I mean, it is easy to lie in some ways, and people lie and then they get caught and you hear about it. But you hear about it, and that's part of what makes it costly to lie. And I want our mechanism design to be sensitive to that fact, so you don't accidentally assume too little trust between the participants and thereby lose out on optimization potential. So in summary, number one, we should not aggregate money. We should aggregate marginal value functions. Number two, funders should have a final say over the recommendations given to them so that they have an incentive to enter the process. Number three, discourse is not a substitute for numbers. Please keep having the conversation part. And lastly, repeated simulations during discourse can turn one-shot games into iterated games, which makes them more cooperative game theoretically, and it also makes them more transparent. So that's it. Please think about it and keep funding the public goods, everybody. Thank you. Oh, lastly, I'm sorry, I got the footnote. We have a job opening. We want to hire someone to manage and develop the S Process app full time. It's been a side project for all of us so far, but we do want to hire someone or collaborate with someone who wants to do it at their home institution. That's fine too. And you can contact me or SFF or Oliver at these email addresses. Thanks.
Thanks, Andrew. We've got one more question for you before we let you go, if you have time. And
Please.
that is, how much are the grants and the decisions described here purely prospective, so based on how funds will be used against some plan, versus iterated prospective, pseudo-retrospective, so keep funding them so that they keep having similar or greater impact to what they've had?
In practice, the recommenders in discussions always consider retrospective. We use these the S process is designed for funding things that sort of it's sort of like there's a bucket already there that maybe already had some funding and can get some more. It also works for prospective funding, but it's really good for retrospective. So in practice, we're always thinking about and the recommenders are always thinking about, wow, these people have done a good job. Maybe they'll do a good job in the future, or these people have done a good job. They should like get some slack at their org to like take a breath as a reward. Okay.
Thanks again to Critch for taking us on a bobsled ride through the curves of the S function. And I think my new rap battle name is going to be Most Valuable Dollar. I'll think on that over our third coffee break. So I'll see you again in about 15 minutes, or at, I believe it's 2140 Coordinated Universal Time. See you again when we reconvene. Welcome back to the Funding the Commons Virtual Summit. For those of you just joining us, this event is centered on new models of public goods funding. You can add your questions for the speakers in the ethglobal.tv chat, and we can continue to discuss these issues and projects in the Telegram channel, also linked in the chat. We'll be kicking off this session with the talk by Evan Miyazono. Evan leads the research team at Protocol Labs, and his additional interests include lockpicking and citrus fruits. Today, he'll discuss retroactive public goods funding for the broader Protocol Labs network. Welcome, Evan. Evan, I believe you're still muted.
All right, I think I'm all set now. Thank you for the introduction, Carla. And yes, I'm going to be talking about what we've been calling impact evaluated internally and what purpose we hope that they serve, what we'll be doing with them, and hopefully tying together some very interesting threads that have come up over the course of today's conversations. So overall, there's a very real problem that Protocol Labs is trying to solve, and the hope, expectation, et cetera, is that the solution comes in really two parts. And I'm planning on talking through those two parts and then explaining what you should expect to see coming out of Protocol Labs in the near future and how to engage with us trying to collaboratively build solutions to those problems. In terms of the problem, I would say that it's one of proportional upside. You'll notice some similarities between this talk and the talk that Pooja gave earlier. We're both kind of approaching the same general problem in two different ways, two different subparts of the same problem. And I would definitely recommend watching that video if you're catching this, if you missed that one. And overall, I would say that this particular problem, the one of proportional upside, is one of two very related ones. And it will start with me coming back with some context of what Protocol Labs is looking at specifically. We are working to empower and accelerate teams outside of Protocol Labs, the organization. We think that this is a fantastic opportunity because the dependency graph of crypto projects is very large, but also very dense. Not all projects have revenue streams, but there are some clear dependencies between those that do and some that don't. The ones that don't being some of these public goods that we've been talking about all day. And we think that there's a really robust opportunity to share wealth where incentives are aligned, i.e. harkening back to Juan's talk, we think that Paretotopia can robustly be achieved in this kind of a network. And so we've been thinking through a lot of these types of mechanisms, how to connect these types of mechanisms to help people start public good type efforts. We have a few funding mechanisms that will let people de-risk initially starting on these efforts, and also how do we empower them to continue doing these? This is specifically what Pooja was getting into earlier today. But there's a chance that with grants or bounties, you might have this feeling that you are barely laying down enough runway to cover your current activities. I've seen for public goods like academic research, this happen where fantastic labs tend to have bad luck because they took on a project that was too risky and they were unable to fund their lab and had to shrink down based on either the whims of grant makers or the capital effectiveness of tech transfer offices, which can end up being fairly capricious. And so I don't think that this problem is solved well at all in academia. It's definitely not solved particularly well for open source. And so I think that there's definitely something more to be done here in addition to grants and bounties, which do serve an important role. I would say that for funding a network, you want these two properties to be satisfied. You want teams to be able to have runway to take on things that have high risk, high reward. When I think about executing on projects in space, it's very easy to see that many people are not able to take the kind of risks to pursue things that they think are valuable because they don't have the privilege or the resources. And so being able to provide that, some support network like thing to let people span that gap is very important so that they can take on things that have higher expected outcome. However, it's also very important that teams be incentivized to do those very impactful things, because even if you're enabled to, it may not be the rational choice to go and do those. Not that it necessarily needs to be the rational choice, but it never really hurts to have the prospect of high payoff in these situations. And so I would claim that Pooja's talk should have convinced you that the answer to this first question is yes, we can use things like milestone bounties and grants to give teams runway. The second question, the answer I think is a little less clear. Here, you probably agree that this is possible. Vitalik highlighted some great ways in which the crypto community is really well suited to public goods funding. I totally agree. You have things like computational control of value, which is harder for groups outside of the cryptocurrency space to deal with effectively. You have strong belief in the transformative power of technology, and you have what has historically been a fairly exponential growth of value capture and wealth. And harkening back to Juan's talk, I would highlight that Paretotopia looks like a place in which there are so many low-hanging fruits. There are so many valuable things that there aren't enough teams to take on all of them, and you see huge amounts of collaboration in the space as opposed to competition. And I think if you look around in Web3, that's really what you see. And so the question becomes, how do we go about answering this second question with a strong affirmative? And unsurprisingly, the answer that I would give is public goods funding, specifically retroactive funding. My claim is that if you want to empower people to take risks, you need to fund proactively. If you want to reward impact, you need to do it retroactively. If you incentivize impact proactively, then what you're actually doing, I think in practice, is incentivizing the appearance of effort, not the appearance of impact, which is an important distinction. And you can imagine that a combination of these funding mechanisms could empower teams to not just take on risky efforts, but also be rewarded proportionally for them. This plot on the right shows what we would predict a hypothetical team without a revenue model might be able to gain from some initial grant, some bounties, and reward from what we're calling the impact evaluator. And so the first component from the solution, of the solution for these impact evaluators that I would say is a variety of retroactive funding mechanisms. These are things that will sound very familiar because most of what have been covered so far today could be characterized as retroactive funding mechanisms. I'm not going to go into depth. I will simply say that if you haven't seen them, you should definitely go and watch Owen's talk from earlier today on Gitcoin grants and quadratic voting. You could use quadratic voting as an impact evaluator. You could use badge holder voting, and in the example of the retroactive public goods funding from the Optimism team, the results oracle is an impact evaluator. These impact evaluators are just things that are after the fact evaluating and rewarding impact to teams through various mechanisms. There are definitely, there are definitely more representative slides of retroactive public goods funding, but I definitely had to go for one of Karl's slides with the hamsters naturally. In terms of S process, I unfortunately had to miss much of Andrew's talk, but you could additionally use things like eliciting marginal utility functions for determining how to allocate rewards retroactively. It does seem to work far more effectively prospectively, but in terms of developing a wide spectrum of these types of mechanisms, it's definitely worth considering. Additionally, we had an interesting experiment Protocol Labs did Starting in the fall of 2019, there was a project called SourceCred that we helped bootstrap, where data was pulled from GitHub, Discourse, Discord into some global graph. The different contributions were collapsed using some community-driven subjective agreement on how we should, or how the community should quantify different types of contributions, be able to collapse all of this down into a single contribution graph, run a modified PageRank algorithm on this, and then assign some reputation score called cred to individual contributors to the project. And then Grain was this fungible token that was generated and given to contributors in proportion to their cred score, with the idea being that you could computationally allocate value in accordance to the value that people provided to the project. And the experiment that I mentioned about SourceCred is that for about 2 years, Protocol Labs funded SourceCred through the use of SourceCred. Those of you who are familiar with the retroactive public goods funding will recognize this as very similar to a project token. And I'm very interested in what it would be like to build better and more robust project token examples. SourceCred very aggressively dogfooded this tool, but they got to the point where they are effectively independent, and for quite a period of time, Protocol Labs supported only through the purchasing of the project token. In terms of other impact evaluators that you might expect to see moving forward, Protocol Labs is experimenting and prototyping a committee quantification impact evaluator where outcomes are listed, rather, teams participating in the network opt in to participate in this process and summarize their outcomes. And then on a quarterly cadence, some evaluation team that consists of people within the network will go through and evaluate the amount of impact, not too dissimilar from the badge holders, and will determine how many resources should be allocated. We also expect that there will be other experimental impact evaluators that we generate. Another one could be something that looks more like a block reward analog, where instead of minting tokens, we create some general pot of assets, define some deadline, some maximum reward, some KPI, and it's important that we have some sort of upward concavity so that as teams compete to maximize the KPI, or as teams try to maximize the KPI, they do so collaboratively rather than competitively. So because as teams achieve outcomes, the reward is strongly non-zero sum. And so we can generate this, like build in this kind of non-zero sum effect into the reward itself, and then allocate using something like either direct contribution to the KPI. If that's something you could do, you could also apply something like Shapley values in order to generate a more subjective evaluation. And so that's a general set of a bunch of different types of impact evaluators that you could have. The second part of the solution to allow projects to be incentivized, teams to be incentivized to pursue very risky things, is to acknowledge that not any one of these impact evaluators is likely to be perfect for all possible types of work, all possible types of efforts, all teams. And so the goal will be to take these retroactive funding mechanisms and develop them into a network that leverages the fact that Protocol Labs is building around its projects a network. And so the first thing worth clarifying is that when one of these impact evaluators quantifies impact, what they're doing is they are choosing some metric for themselves that is likely a subjective metric. In the case of Protocol Labs, this is probably likely to be the PL mission generally, or it could be something related to a sub aspect of it around increasing the ownership that users have over their own data, for instance. And each of these impact evaluators is going to have to find some way through some people to subjectively quantify the impact that was made against some goal to reduce this to numbers. In order to motivate that this is reasonable and plausible, I would highlight that this kind of subjective evaluation happens all of the time in a very centralized and permissioned way in normal companies through things like performance incentives or payments in equity, where the evaluation is actually done later, well, partially done directly, immediately through the allocation of equity, and then later through the evaluation of the market on that equity. The other component that's very interesting about mixing these together is that we should expect there will be multiple impact evaluators in any given network, and that we should have multiple funders, each with their own mission or goals, participating into and funding some impact evaluator. Each impact evaluator would have its own mechanism and operation, and each one would then reward multiple teams. And so you should have much better coverage of all of the different types of work that you would like to incentivize through these. And we're actively working through and trying to develop a mechanism to mix these together well. It's worth noting that the goal of this system is to incentivize teams to pursue the most impactful work they can. And as a result, retroactive funding, it needs to be something that people can expect and count on. And so while trusting that, for instance, Protocol Labs would reward a project for retroactively reward a project for building something that was important, I think it's far more valuable if we can together build a culture of retroactive public goods funding so that we can give teams the confidence that if they do something that is very impactful, they don't have to a priori know that the team that they're having an impact on has an impact evaluator, or one of the teams they're having an impact on. And so I think that having events like this, bringing people together and developing new solutions and making sure that these solutions are widespread and effective will do wonders for increasing the amount of public goods that are created, not even in the very long term. And so in terms of how we are going about scaling our solution and ways in which you can observe and participate in our efforts, I'd highlight first that we are setting some very ambitious goals around what we want to accomplish within the next year in terms of impact evaluators. We definitely want to have scale. We want to have allocation of significant amounts of funding. And we want to make sure that people involved in participating on these processes, whether they are funders or recipients, we want them to effectively, right? We want them to find these effective. Quickly going through the last few notes, I will say that we have some open roles. We are trying to actively build and support more of these. Research roles will look more like identifying and defining mechanisms. Startup operator will look more about operationalizing and running these mechanisms. We're definitely interested in cross-pollinating. So if you're interested in running experiments, either co-funding impact evaluators or asking us to co-fund impact evaluators, please let us know. In terms of like trying to improve these, there are clearly gaps. I think there are some very good questions about how these can improve and what we should be doing to make any or all of these impact evaluators together more effective. And I would suggest that you reach out if you have any comments or questions on any of these. Here's my contact information, and I don't know if I have time for questions.
We ran out of time for questions, unfortunately, but we can also ask them retroactively after the event in the Telegram channel. And I'd like to thank Evan for walking us through the impact evaluator, which sounds like it should hurt, but is actually a super interesting journey through innovative funding mechanisms. So thanks again to Evan. And next up, we'll hear from Darren Zhu. Darren is a scientist and entrepreneur who previously co-founded and advised several synthetic biology companies. He's currently working on atoms.org, a Web3 research funding and publishing platform. Darren's going to take us beyond philanthropy to discuss incentives for funding public goods at scale. Welcome, Darren.
How's it going? Can you hear me all right? And let's see if I get this. All right, let's get the screen share going. And I'm actually joined here today with, whoops, click the wrong share button, with my collaborator and colleague, Lawrence Wu, who has been doing some crypto economic research with me. And as Carola mentioned, we're interested in thinking about mechanisms for funding public goods at scale beyond just philanthropic means. I'll let Lawrence kind of kick us off.
Absolutely. So why are we here? We're approaching a world in which marginal value is too cheap to meter. That means that we increasingly want to subsidize things, and we eventually want to subsidize beyond a level of the limits of generosity. So that's going to require us to flip the script and not rely just on asking people for money, but actually move to a world where people are actually asking to give. In this presentation, we're going to give two classes of tools which may be useful for amplifying the allocated power of these retroactive funding DAOs that we've been talking about throughout the day. And these classes are going to include mimetic tools and economic tools.
And I'll start off with the mimetic side. My friend Kevin Simler wrote a great book with Robin Hanson, sort of discussing in one chapter sort of the underlying motives for donating to charity that go kind of beyond the altruistic. And really, it's about being driven by social status, whether it's visibility, peer pressure, proximity, or relatability. And we think actually NFTs are a pretty powerful primitive for kind of achieving what we call this degree of mimetic altruism. They're both verifiable in terms of being a proof of donation, but also shareable as a form of proof of social status. And Vitalik, I guess now almost 4 years ago, during the CryptoKitty wave back in 2017, pointed out that there would be an opportunity potentially to revive this idea of charity stickers to help incentivize and recognize and reward the people who are actually donating to public goods. While this primitive of NFTs doesn't actually address the allocation or adjudication issues of public goods funding, it does help address some of the social buy-in challenges that various folks, I know Owen mentioned it earlier, for trying to get something like an impact market started. And so this is sort of what we've gotten excited about is, as Carola mentioned, we are interested in working on building a platform for funding science research at scale with various sort of crypto native primitives. And I just wanted to highlight there are some, I guess, non-crypto native analog NFTs in the past that have been used to amplify how science is funded, whether that was the Livestrong bracelets in the early 2000s as a mimetic token for raising over $100 million for funding cancer research, or the Ice Bucket Challenge more recently as a sort of proto NFT for funding ALS research. Clearly, there are powerful tools for getting individuals excited and activated to fund research. And so what we've been building are essentially these NFT donor badges that are awarded to contributors to public goods funding. It's a much less exclusionary mechanism compared to existing projects that have funded public goods either through charity or selling a limited series of NFTs. In this case, contributors can donate at the level that they feel comfortable at, and then we can actually sort of calibrate the NFT they receive based on some sort of contribution score, where we can add something like referrals to that contribution score to actually amplify the awareness and the funding of these projects, maximally speaking, compared to auctions where bidders are sort of often incentivized to try to minimize competitors and spread the project less so. So this NFT donor badge system can sort of serve as primitive for other downstream financial incentives, which we're excited about creating sort of an ecosystem to further the social buy-in to something like this. And also they can be useful for establishing and aligning norms where these various high impact projects can receive sort of ideally the best financial rewards, whether those are airdrop rewards where you can imagine art where the sort of scarcity or rarity or desirability of it scales with the contribution score, where you can imagine coupons being awarded scaled for the various contributors to these public goods projects. Vitalik has written a bit about sort of this concept of marginal price discrimination, where I guess in our analog world today, we have discounts for veterans or AAA holders in America. You could extend that digitally, where organizations, maybe you could get an ENS domain for free as somebody who's donated certain public goods projects. And obviously the last sort of downstream financial incentive would be secondary sales. And this mirrors some of the earlier discussions on certificate of impact markets, as Paul Cristiano in his sort of 2015 experiment on impact purchases showed. You can imagine building a sort of robust secondary market for some of these NFT badges, although that will require probably quite a bit of mimetic engineering to get a secondary market up. So those are some quick examples. We've also been prototyping a prize ourselves that would essentially leverage this usage of NFTs to encourage people to crowdfund new prizes. In this case, this would be sort of a retroactive crowdfunded prize for the COVID-19 mRNA vaccine researchers that we're hoping to launch soon. We've been embroiled in some TradFi and tax bottlenecks, but I'll hand it off to Lawrence, who will talk briefly about some economic incentives for prospectively crowdfunding and amplifying prizes.
Absolutely. So let's go ahead and talk about some additional economic ways that we can increase leverage and also improve allocative efficiency. So let's assume this sort of retroactive prize market setup that other talks have covered, where you have post-impact, you have the DAO giving impact proportional rewards to projects. And you also have speculators who are advance financing these projects in order to gain exposure to these prizes. Maybe that market is stacked with some of the mimetic features that we mentioned. So now in this setup, you might imagine that an investor would seek more exposure to a project than a project is targeting to raise. What we could do is we could capture this excess and we could redirect it from speculative projects towards realized impact. And that will leverage returns on impact and create bigger rewards for those who impact in more impactful projects. So then something additional we can do on top of that is introduce a medium of exchange for the priority fee and the impact prize. This could give us an asset plus an exchange rate, which would be useful for altruists and businesses alike in terms of offsetting impact. And it will also be useful for speculators to set their bid, knowing that one impact corresponds to $1 of social benefit. Finally, another way that we can recover money for the protocol is to unlock part of the prize for the team at some milestone. And so there's some literature on this where if you don't unlock all the upside until you reach a milestone, for example, like you can imagine like Elon Musk gets more stock, right? This actually happens. Elon Musk gets more stock when Tesla goes past certain milestones of stock price. You can have this sort of discontinuity where the team unlocks part of the prize after a milestone. But if you do this, you end up with unaccounted for prize money. And so we can recycle this difference back into the protocol. And so in that particular case, we would amplify again how much we reallocate money from ineffective projects to effective projects and further leverage the return on impact.
And I think that's pretty much everything that we've got wrapped up here. We can take a couple questions. We only had 10 minutes, so we kind of blasted through those quickly, either now or we can take them afterwards retroactively, as Carla said earlier on Telegram.
Yeah, we have time actually for a few questions. And I think the first has to do with the Adams Prize. How did you decide what your first prize target would be? And how do you think prize targeting will work going forward?
Yeah, for the first one, I think it was important to find something that was sort of broadly important and applicable to society. And there was sort of also this, in our opinion, a missed opportunity for the Nobel Prize Foundation this year to respond quickly to something like this, I think. And so in some ways, it was centrally decided, as I guess some of these, many of these early retroactive public goods funding projects are. But I think in the future, we could and should open it up in terms of how those prizes are determined. You could imagine various schemes for identifying who should and could be the awardees. So that's something we're still figuring out right now. But I think to sort of start off, we just kind of want to test this mechanism for crowdfunding new prizes in a more straightforward way.
Great. Well, thanks a lot for that. Thanks to Darren and Lawrence for giving us a new perspective on prizes. And we're looking forward to hearing about the Adams Prize in the future and the exciting new topics and research that will incentivize and reward. So thank you for joining us. And our next speaker is Dawn Song. Dawn is professor of computer science at UC Berkeley, specializing in deep learning, blockchains, and security. Dawn's going to talk to us about building a data commons for the public good, maximizing social welfare and economic efficiency while protecting users' data rights and enabling fair distribution of value. Welcome, Dawn.
Hello. Can you, right?
Yes, we can see you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, see and hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you. So let me share my screen now, right? Just 1 second. Let me share my screen. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, I can see your screen. The presentation has started.
Okay, great. Yeah, thanks to everyone for being here. My name is Dawn Song. I'm a professor in computer science at UC Berkeley and also the founder at Oasis Labs. Today, I'll talk about data commons for public good. So one thing I just want to preface this talk with that, right, I think everyone knows that this workshop is organized, put together very quickly. And I think it was, I was invited as a speaker and essentially just with, I think, a couple of days notice. And initially I thought I wouldn't have enough time to prepare the slides and so on, but I thought the topic of the workshop is really exciting and fits really well with some of the work that we have been doing. So I agreed to give the talk, but there have been, like emergencies that came up. I didn't quite have the time to really prepare the slides for everything that I really want to talk about, but I hope that with the time that we have, I can help give some high-level ideas. And I think this workshop is fairly exploratory as well. So it's a great opportunity to get the conversation started. And I'm very happy to talk to interested audience in more detail after the talk. Right. Thank you. Okay, so as we all know that data is a key driver for modern economy and the lifeblood of AI and machine learning. And also huge amount of data is being collected, and more and more data is being collected every day. And there's estimated that a significant percentage of the EU's GDP comes from personalized data, and the overall global data economy is growing exponentially. But however, a lot of this data also is really sensitive, and hence handling the sensitive data has posted unprecedented challenges for both individuals and institutions. For individuals, as we know that individuals have already lost control over how their data is used. Oftentimes their data has been sold without users' awareness and approval. And a lot of this data was sold under the premise that the data has been anonymized. But however, there is volume of research showing that the anonymization is insufficient to protect users' data privacy. So for example, here is a really interesting case study that the New York Times did, where they showed that they were able to obtain anonymized mobile phone location data sets. And from this anonymized mobile phone location data sets, they were able to track the location of a Secret Service agent with former President Trump, and hence knowing the trajectories and whereabouts of former President Trump. And also the even bigger issue is that there's all this data being collected, and they contain really valuable information. But however, most of this valuable data has been locked in data silos. So today, actually, the biggest issue is that it's very difficult to gain access to this valuable data. It's very difficult to actually utilize this valuable data for public good. For example, for medical research, it's very difficult for medical researchers to gain access to medical data that's needed for their medical research. And similarly, also in finance and in IoT, many different segments, this has been a huge issue. And if these issues are not addressed, they will only get more and more severe as we move further forward into the digital era, to the extent that it could significantly hinder societal progress and even undermine human values and fundamental rights. And hence, there is an urgent need for a framework for a responsible data economy that's different to how today's data economy works, and make the needed changes. And here, what do I mean by a responsible data economy? What are the main goals and principles? So first, we need to establish and enforce data rights. Data rights form as the foundation of data economy and prevent misuse and abuse of data. And also we need to enable fair distribution of value created from data, such that users should be able to gain sufficient benefit from their data. And the ultimate goal is to enable efficient data use to maximize social welfare and economic efficiency. Unlike today, when data sits in data silos, it's now being utilized to maximize social welfare and economic efficiency. And there are a number of unique challenges and complexity due to the unique nature and properties of data. For example, there's natural tension between utility and privacy, and also data has this property of being non-rival. So unlike a physical object, for example, if I'm holding my laptop, nobody else can hold the same laptop at the same time. So only I get to use my laptop. But whereas with data, I can hold a copy of the data, and somebody else can hold a copy of the same data, and both parties will be able to use the data. And also there's data dependency and data externality and so on. And hence, to address these issues, we cannot simply copy concepts and methods in the analog world to the digital world. And hence, to enable a framework for a responsible data economy, it needs a combination of technical and non-technical solutions. In particular, include 3 components: technical solutions, incentive models, and legal frameworks. So today's talk mostly focused on, I would say, some particular elements in this overall framework. I actually have longer talks about this whole framework, how to build a responsible data economy. But today we are going to focus in particular on the data commons aspects and the relevant parts with the data commons for public good. So, so before we talk more about the data commons for public good, another related aspect that I wanted to just briefly mention is about a little in more detail the personal data side. So as we know that the personal data also today is largely locked into third parties, are being siloed into third parties. However, now actually it's a great time for making a change, both in terms of data sovereignty and helping data to helping users to make better, take better control of their data and better utilization of their data. So there is the a number of privacy regulations, including, for example, GDPR, that requires to provide to the users the right to data portability. So essentially, it requires third-party services to provide users with the capability to be able to essentially download and move their data in an easy fashion to outside of the particular third-party service. And with the so with this, one can users could actually, with the right tools and capabilities, could actually for the first time to download their data from the different third-party services and put together into what I call this personal data vault. And with this, also including, for example, their Facebook, Google data, and even, for example, their Fitbit and other medical records and so on, which has similar portability requirements also. And then with the data vault, essentially, one can also build these collectives that I will talk about in a second, these data commons that can actually help pull data together, but still enable users to maintain control of their data, specify how they want their data to be utilized, and then enable data to be utilized in a privacy-preserving way and a compliant way, and help users to gain more benefit. So just very quickly, in order to achieve this, so again, I'll talk about the data commons concepts in more detail in just a minute. But before talking about that, I do want to set up some stage in terms of the technical requirements in order to achieve that. So the high-level goal of the data commons is that users or other data producers, even institutions, for example, could provide data, but instead of having the data all kept in its own data silos, by utilizing new technical advancements, we can enable this new secure distributed computing fabric that enables data to be essentially for example, governed by a structure called data commons, which specifies how data could be used and have the technical means to ensure the privacy and compliance of the data usage, and hence enable this data value to be extracted from this data commons for public good, and also users in the end can achieve, can also receive benefits from that as well. So given the limits in the time limit, I won't be able to go into the details on the technical side of the different component technologies that's needed to enable this. I just wanted to quickly mention, essentially, there has been huge advancements in what I call responsible data technologies. And these responsible data technologies help enable data to be utilized in a privacy-preserving way, including secure computing, which helps protect the computation process from leaking sensitive information, and differential privacy, which help ensure that the computation outputs won't leak sensitive information about individuals. And federated learning help users to maintain the data on their own device or machines, but enable machine learning models and analytics to be done in a distributed manner. And finally, with distributed ledger, it can help provide an immutable log to ensure, to essentially want to provide the immutable log of users' rights to data and how the data should be utilized, and also ensure auditable log for the actual data usage as well. And I wanted to just quickly put this together and show you, give you a quick glimpse of what can happen when we put all these component technologies together, and how this can enable a new structure for data commons. So in this case, we have the data providers. Again, these can be individuals as well as institutions. In general, we call data providers that has data. And the data provider in this case can provide the data in the encrypted form with the policy attached to it to specify how the data provider wants the data to be utilized. For example, the data should only be used for in a privacy preserving way, for example, to train differentially private machine learning models, and also should be used by medical researchers from nonprofits and so on, for example. And this information can be committed, for example, to a public blockchain. And then you can imagine that essentially there are many of these, we also call them data capsules. So this can be in the distributed catalog. And the data analyst or data consumer in this case could search through these data catalogs, and as it finds data that it wants to use, it can submit a program that it wants to run on the data, and then there's a component that essentially we call it in this case the access controller that will then actually run a static analyzer to check the required data use policy against the program, and also outputs a residual policy, which we don't have time to go into detail. But essentially, this static analyzer will check whether the this analytics program satisfies the required policy, and if yes, it can send a proof of policy compliance to this distributed key manager. And also we have, for example, a trusted execution environment. This can be done in different ways, either utilizing a secure hardware. We can also use, for example, methods as MPC and so on. So in this example, let's say it uses secure hardware or this trusted execution environment. So essentially, the data will be, encrypted data will be sent into this trusted execution environment, and the key manager will sense the different key inside as well. And the encrypted data can be decrypted and the program can be run, which returns the result. But the result will also stay encrypted together with a residual policy. And then, for example, if the program fully satisfies the desired policies, in the end, actually the result will be actually in the clear, and the data analyst could see it depending on the residual policy and so on. So depending on the residual policy, the analyst can download the results, query the train model, or run additional programs and to satisfy the policy and so on. So, and all this will be also logged on the public blockchain to maintain the audit trail as well. And the data providers can also inspect the blockchain to see how their data has been utilized. And again, today we have the technical means to essentially accomplish all these different aspects. And when we put this together, essentially we can enable what I call here a data commons for decentralized data science. So essentially the data owners, the data producers, they can register their data sets with the policy specified to this distributed data catalogs that can be maintained on also on the public ledger. And then the data consumers and analysts, they can search the data catalog, identify the relevant data, and then write their data analytics and machine learning program, and submit it to the platform. And then the platform then can provide the distributed secure computing while ensuring that the program is compliant with the desired policies. And then with all this, then essentially this can enable decentralized data science, and that can help reduce the friction of data usage, remove the data silos, and also provide strong security and privacy guarantees. And also in this case, as a data consumers and data analysts use the data, it can also provide rewards back to the data producers and also other entities in the overall ecosystem by providing, for example, utilizing like data tokenization methods as well. So essentially, for example, the data commons can have the pool can utilize essentially having pools of data tokens, and the data consumer and data analysts will need to, for example, purchase data tokens in order to utilize the data as an example, and hence the original data owners and data producers can get rewarded that way. So so overall, in 10 years, I strongly believe that data trust and data commons will become predominant ways of utilizing diverse sources of data, enabling ownership economy where users benefit from the data as owners and partners. And in 10 years, data stewards, fiduciaries, and trustees will be a new class of entities important in the data ecosystem, managing and protecting users' data and growing its value. And in 10 years, huge economic value will be created through these new forms of data trust and data commons, orders of magnitude higher than today's data marketplace. And I know I'm running out of time. So one thing I just wanted to quickly mention is that I think these data commons also allow really interesting new structures and new types of services. So for example, one of the biggest challenges for providing value back to users for their data is that in the end, each user may be only getting a very small amount of value back to their data may not be sufficiently interesting to them. But however, with data commons, when this data is being put together, then the value created by this data commons can be really significant. And in this case, with the decentralized governance, for example, in healthcare, in medical domain, actually such a data commons with medical data could actually be a providing means for providing new forms of medical insurance to users who are contributing data, their medical data for the data commons, and then as a reward, as value received back to them, they actually get benefits from this medical, essentially health insurance, and so on. So essentially, this gives a really interesting new ways how to empower users to and also for public goods to set up these data commons also. And also I didn't have time to talk about some of the other projects that we are also working in the process. For example, the data commons is not just limited to fully to the type of sensitive data that I mentioned. Essentially, we hope that in the future, the data commons from users' data, it can also train these machine learning models that can be another form of public goods and another product from these data commons. And even in the future, we hope to be able to create knowledge graphs that are being created by users together and as a form of data commons as well. Thank you. I know I'm running out of time.
That was great. Thanks to Dawn for giving us an overview of the landscape of responsible data technologies and some really new, great, exciting opportunities in that sphere. Now I'm going to hand the mic back to Juan to leave us with some closing remarks. Welcome back, Juan.
Hey, can you see me? I think so.
Yes.
I'll be sharing my screen. Okay, can you confirm that you can see that?
We can see it.
Great, thank you very much. Today was a phenomenal day. I am filled with a ton of optimism for the future of public goods funding. We have heard from fantastic set of speakers about many different kinds of projects and mechanisms and tools for how to do public goods funding. And so I wanted to just kind of leave you with a set of ideas for the future and then kind of think about a little bit of what's next. So we talked about public goods the whole day, and we talked about many mechanisms for how to get more of them to exist and how to reward groups and participants for creating them. And we talked about, and so I wanted to kind of touch a little bit on why I think crypto presents an extremely optimistic potential for actually having an impact on public goods funding. So of course, public goods have been funded by many groups and organizations throughout history, especially governments at with massive funding scales. But it looks like crypto networks might actually be able to start reaching the level of funding that some nation states have provided. So as a good example for this, it's useful to think about kind of like the R&D budgets of nation states. And so this is roughly kind of like the distribution of R&D spending across different nations across the world in 2020. You can see also, there's an amazing graph of this that shows it animated, and kind of like you can see this changing over time. And it's a fascinating, really useful thing to look at. I'm especially partial to science funding because I think science is one of the most important and valuable public funding, most important and valuable public goods in a sense. And we talked earlier about how the innovation chasm is holding back tons of the science discoveries from having significant impact in the world. But here's a sense of like the funding scale that just one of the bubbles here spends on non-defense funding. So it's really useful to kind of separate non-defense funding because defense funding ends up being kind of about as big as this whole stack. So a lot of the US's focus on scientific funding came out of sort of after World War II, and one of the kind of seminal works in starting all of this was Vannevar Bush's The Endless Frontier. And this was Vannevar Bush had led one of the agencies that had overseen all of the R&D work during the war effort. And so he presented this kind of pitch for the US now turning towards scientific funding, and the science as the endless frontier, meaning channel all of the energy and efforts that the entire kind of industrial might of the US during the war had mobilized, and now channel all of that towards super strong set of discoveries in public funding, in basic research, and doing all kinds of R&D throughout the landscape. And this pitch ended up turning into seeding the formation of the NSF and many other agencies in history. And so you can see here, like the graph, when the US sort of became super committed into to driving kind of a lot of this R&D funding. And of course, this doesn't look at defense. So defense was actually a very large portion of this because a ton of the R&D was going into defense funding at the time. But if you look at the amounts of money, and this is kind of in billions of constant, this is in billions of 2020 dollars, so adjusted for inflation. This amount of money is actually within the realm of possibility for crypto networks in the future. So if we consider crypto networks and their value increasing by just 2 orders of magnitude or 3 orders of magnitude, which sounds like a ton, like that is a lot. 3 orders of magnitude is an enormous amount for kind of an industry that's in the trillions now. But if we think about kind of all of the forms of value that is transacted through assets that could eventually be transacted through crypto, so things like real estate and derivatives and all kinds of other structures like that, then crypto networks might actually start commanding a level of capital comparable with top nation states. So right now already crypto networks are larger than many nation states in terms of economic size. And so eventually these crypto networks might actually be able to fund entities and agencies at the scale of nation states. And so that's an extremely both amazing and kind of very promising feat, because it means that if we can get the mechanisms right now, if we can prototype a lot of these structures and we can figure out how to do it well, then as crypto networks continue rewiring the economy, we can end up with a massive amount of funding for public goods in the long term. So a lot of the experiments that our communities are running now with kind of sizable amounts, but objectively small amounts relative to the rest of the world, these might actually form the structures, or will inspire the structures that might end up organizing vast amounts of resources to do all kinds of long-term R&D and public goods funding in a larger scale. So if you thought that what you were doing, if you already thought what you were doing is pretty important for your communities now, consider that you might be running a lot of the critical experiments that we're going to need, and we are going to retroactively thank you for, in terms of like finally arriving at like extremely good structures that we can rely on for larger scale funding. So one other thought that I want to kind of leave the community with is, we've talked about kind of the differences between kind of project funding in sort of for-profit endeavors and these kind of not necessarily nonprofit. It's not for-profit, not nonprofit. It's rather kind of public goods funding, public goods efforts that tend to not be for-profit and tend to not be well rewarded by markets. And so I think like what we effectively need to get to, and this is one of the things that the Protocol Labs is going to be focusing a lot on in the coming years, is create a structure that really enables teams to form and have access to a kind of staircase of funding similar to what the startup ecosystem has. So the startup ecosystem has developed an extremely successful staircase of funding to identify really promising businesses, and then over time fund them at different levels once they've proven out the results, and then eventually kind of have some reward for all the prospective speculative investments of participants along the way. And so we got to get to a point where we can have a similar kind of ecosystem developing around these kinds of public goods or network funded structures. And so I think like we can arrive to that with kind of like the thinking about the possibility of like all of the value generation that will be created by public goods, and then use smart contracts to vault a lot of that value back into our time to then get us into a success case. And so I think this is kind of like an era of like prior to utopia and crypto economics can now start taking hold. And I think like the thing that a lot of people underestimate about the crypto space is that it just sort of feels, for people outside of the crypto space, it sort of feels like a just kind of a new important development in technology and so on, but it doesn't feel that fundamental. And what's really going on is that we've coupled the world's most powerful superpower machine, the internet, and sort of like computing, the software development and deployment platform that we've built, with one of the most powerful components of our societies, which is mechanism design and economics and so on. And so we've turned all of that into a fully programmable structure. And so that means that the impacts of the crypto space are going to effectively rewire how most of our organizations and economic structures function. And the success rate is so fast and so promising. It's extremely difficult to kind of make a case against it. I agree with Vitalik when he said earlier today that even now he's like dramatically more optimistic this year than any year before in terms of crypto being here to stay and crypto being a really strong force for economically. And so I think it'll of course be rocky along the way, and as these new structures emerge, it'll be kind of many difficult challenges to solve. Things will get built that will not be that won't be right, and we'll have to like go through iterations of correcting those mistakes and so on. But I think it's an extremely promising potential. And just to kind of like illustrate the power of mechanism design in general, I always like using the example of Bitcoin, right? So Bitcoin is the output. Bitcoin today is amassing and organizing a massive amount of energy and a massive amount of computing power, effectively, even though it's not very useful computing power. And this like staggering amount of energy use is organized just by a few mechanisms thrown into the onto the internet. And so this is like the just raw power of mechanism design. And we've had very direct experience with this as a community. Like of course, many blockchain projects exist. In the Falco network, we just passed a year, and just by weaving a set of mechanisms onto the internet, we managed to create a massive storage network, 13 exabytes amassed in like 1 year, which is staggering. I don't think any, I don't know for sure, because there's many storage networks that are not only private, but secret by several nation states and so on. But this seems to be like one of the fastest growing storage networks ever assembled. And like that's one of the just a staggering kind of show of like the capability that you get out of creating mechanisms like this. I'm really interested to see what's going to happen once we finally get structures for understanding economic flows in all kinds of goods that today have been sort of implicit or only factored into the economy, kind of end to end, or where the transactions don't actually quite match what's really happening. I think today with the power of blockchains and smart contracts and so on, we get the ability to identify all kinds of value flows and make them programmable in a way that they weren't before. So these kinds of things I think are extremely promising. So as those different kind of transaction flows can get composed and can get connected and interlinked, we might see these kind of massive royalty networks, not exactly royalty networks, just value flow networks emerge. And so I think this kind of stuff can start very small. I think one of the very successful things about the blockchain space has been the strong emphasis on small composable improvements released out into the network that people then end up building on. So I think something like this could get started just by developing the tools and primitives to create distributions of impact. Like for example, if you could easily go to a website today and describe a list of participants and their rough some weight in the distribution of credit that they might receive, and just create that as a smart contract that just flows value. Whatever value goes into it, into his account, it just flows out to all of the other accounts according to that distribution. And if you make that distribution updatable over time, that component just on its own could start forming all of these networks over time. And so I think right now Mirror can do something close to that. I think they call it a split. But this hasn't really been done at a larger scale and for any other kind of components. I think just that primitive could enable reusing all of the NFT infrastructure to now couple many different kind of assets and property and so on with entire networks of value generation, which would be extremely interesting. And just as an example of like the scale of value that could flow through these things, like this is just kind of the stats on the NFT art market. This is mostly art, some amount of gaming now, but it's pretty staggering to see kind of the level of transactions and the level of funding going through these systems. I would expect this to keep growing a lot, and especially change a lot once physical real estate starts joining, right? So when actual property is transacted, kind of houses and land and so on starts getting transacted in blockchains, this will grow tremendously. I think we talked a lot about DAOs today. I think that it's been amazing to see the rise of DAOs as a new organizational primitive that many groups are experimenting with. It's been really great to see kind of the success cases so far. I haven't seen, there's been a lot of cases where DAOs have been successful in achieving a lot of things, but we haven't yet seen DAOs that do kind of like robust long-term planning and kind of achieve like really efficient outcomes in terms of the time spent and so on. I think that'll be a place to watch. I think once we should come up with some test cases for what DAOs should be able to achieve and at what degree of quality and with what sort of resources. That's kind of like a test case or for DAO designs to evolve towards to get to be extremely successful. I think this also presents the promise of potentially coming up with new organizational primitives for many different kinds of structures that exist today. So for example, it'd be really, really cool to be able to create kind of a new version of a research lab or an R&D organization, which is just sort of constituted or formed in the blockchain. And all of the participants that keep contributing to its projects and so on get tracked in credit assignment networks across the history of those projects. And then over time, you can sort of like either potentially subdivide those labs as those labs grow and kind of like nucleate out into smaller labs, or get kind of like interrelated in some ways. And then you could then apply all this public goods funding kind of structures, especially retroactive public goods funding work, to then yield a totally different way of funding science and funding R&D. I'm super excited for all of the things that the community is building and that are going to get built. I really hope like this today has been useful in kind of exploring a lot of these structures. I would love to see kind of certificate of impact markets actually emerge. I think it's one of these ideas that once it gets built well, and we can have large volumes of transactions around certificates of impact, this might turn out to be one of the most important contributions in an entire space. And so I think this is one of those ideas, kind of like cryptocurrency, that once it gets built out and gets tested out at scale, and once we work out all of the problems and so on, this could be one of the most valuable contributions, maybe perhaps in a decade. So I think like this is the stuff that people should be experimenting with and building on and so on. Finally, I think I want to kind of like create a hope that I think we could create a crypto-powered ARPA level institution, and create it in kind of a composable way by being able to kind of commission roadmaps publicly, be able to integrate those roadmaps into kind of tech trees, then commission kind of a scoping of individual experiments that need to be done, or project plans for kind of achieving those unlocking those potential technologies, and then create funding pools and networks to then sort of invest into the generation of new scientific results and the translation of those scientific results into new technology and crossing the chasm and so on, and kind of feed all of that back on itself. And so I think we might be able to arrive at sort of like the world's best science and tech R&D institution, but this won't quite be a single institution. It'll be a network of institutions composed through mechanisms publicly. And I think if we can build the right primitives in the pieces and test it out with, I don't know, at the scale of like tens of millions over the next year or so, and we find a good model that works, we could potentially scale that out by 2 or 3 orders of magnitude over the next 5 to 10 years. And so that's an extremely promising thing, because that would start being able to fund all kinds of efforts that today are totally underfunded. So I think that this is pretty interesting. So again, thank you for working on this area of the chasm. Let's try and get more groups to cross. I'll plug again the amazing talk from Eric Drexler on paradystopia and goal alignment as one of the most useful ideas that I think our communities can benefit from. And I want to give a special plug to Patreon, because I think it's one of these things where perhaps in the future we should ask them to give a talk about this as well. This is one area that has been experimenting with public good funding in a kind of a pretty decentralized way. And this is sort of totally outside of the crypto space, but extremely interesting. It's really cool to see that all the stats are around it. And the last thing I wanted to mention is kind of this idea of funding staircases, which is there's one really useful structure around the investment landscape is the ability to kind of very easily start projects and test them out and get to the next level of impact and use that experience to kind of raise more funding and so on. In the investment landscape in for-profit businesses and so on, is filled with tons of investors across this entire landscape, giving many different levels of funding based on kind of really well-established impact metrics. And there are tons of organizations doing this. So I think that one of the really useful things is looking at just how much capital gets deployed this way. So it's on the order of, now at least VC. So there's much more in other parts of investing, but just VC alone is on the order of 300 billion a year nowadays. And this is deployed by a very large decentralized network. So we're talking hundreds of thousands of angel investors, tens of thousands of VCs, and millions of investors in public markets. This is like a pretty large decentralized network of funding. And so it'd be really, really amazing to be able to create a similar structure for public funding, where today there is a very large amount of funding, but it's mostly, it's very decentralized in the small scale. So in the smaller parts of the staircase, it's very decentralized. There's tons of individuals donating tons of money. But in the larger scales, it's actually quite small. There are few large agencies, and sorry, the text here didn't get updated, but there are a few large agencies, and tons of the funding ends up being overseen by small groups that fall prone to kind of all kinds of groupthink and bad decision making that we know about, like happen in kind of like large organizations. And so it'd be extremely interesting to see what happens when this entire landscape gets way more decentralized. So again, get involved. I would say there's if you're interested in working on any of this kind of stuff, so evaluating impact markets, network OKRs, composable funding via blockchains, reach out to us. We would be super happy to evaluate proposals for funding, so things like grants and so on, or potentially retroactive funding. Contact us. We'd love to kind of we'll apply this kind of funding staircase approach with different levels. And as Evan mentioned, we are hiring for public funding teams. And you also saw the plug for the S+ developer from Andrew. Definitely check if you are interested in any of these. Definitely apply. And thank you so much for an amazing day. Thank you for working on this area. And I wanted to kind of end with a huge thank you to all the organizers and all the people and all the groups that were involved. This was a huge labor of huge amount of effort and a ton of labor over the last week. It was a fantastic day overall. And thank you so much, Carla, for running an amazing show today. I'm super in awe of your amazing ability as a host. So thank you so much. And that's it. Perhaps see you around another time.
Great. Thanks for that call to action and to opportunity. And thanks again for joining us for the Funding the Commons Virtual Summit. Remember that it's our goal to have more of these events, so please use the Telegram channel to continue the conversations we began here today, and follow the research Twitter at ProtoResearch to learn about upcoming events in this series. From all of us at Protocol Labs and ETH Global, good morning, good afternoon, and good night, and we'll see you at the next event.